Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today as we undertake a very timely and important examination of the topic of hate violence. Before we begin our proceedings today, I think we all think it's only appropriate that we acknowledge a civil rights icon who passed away over the weekend on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish high holiday, and of course, I'm speaking about Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So let's take a moment of silence and acknowledge her and her legacy in passing. Thank you. So again, welcome. To kick us off, we're going to have Brian Sperber conduct a roll call of the council.
Chair Mandelbaum.
Present.
Councilmember Brodsky.
Present.
Councilmember Iglesias.
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Present.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Present.
Councilmember Scher.
Present.
Director Kish.
Present.
So great. Before we jumpstart our morning session, I think we owe a huge amount of gratitude to a number of people, most notably our subcommittee on the council, Dale Brodsky and Joe Ortiz, and to the team at the DFEH, in particular, Adam Romero and Brian Sperber. It's also worth noting that we had hoped that today's proceeding would be at the Riverside City Hall in the Inland Empire, and unfortunately, of course, because of the circumstances involving the pandemic, we had to shift to a remote format. But I do want to acknowledge that and reaffirm our intent to get to the Inland Empire, the home of Councilmember Ortiz, at our soonest opportunity. So to those who may not be as familiar with the council and the Fair Employment and Housing Council, we are the government body tasked with promulgating regulations to California's major civil rights statutes, most notably FEHA, the Employment and Housing Discrimination Law, but also a number of other important civil rights laws, including the Ralph Civil Rights Act, which addresses hate violence. Our goal for today's proceedings are to examine the topic of hate violence. In addition to our rulemaking authority under the Ralph Civil Rights Act, we also have the authority to hold hearings of this nature and issue reports or recommendations to the governor or to the legislature about ways we can improve the status of civil rights in the state. So with both of those authorities in mind, we hope that through today's hearing, we'll learn from our presenters and those participating from the public about trends and causes of particular experience with hate violence in our communities, and also about how the existing laws on the books are being utilized and can be better utilized to help reduce hate violence in the state. We also hope to identify actions the council could take that help reduce bias-motivated violence or barriers to available rights, new rights that can be obtained, or clarity on existing laws. We also hope to educate members of the public on existing resources that are already available through the DFEH, including the fact that the DFEH accepts and investigates complaints under the Ralph Civil Rights Act, and can also provide community conciliation or mediation services during episodes of violence or discrimination that affect a particular community. And we also want the public to be aware of the online resources available at the DFEH for those who may live in remote parts of the state and be less able to get to physical locations of the department. So this morning, our day is going to be divided into two sessions. This morning session will focus on the current trends, targeted communities, and causes of hate violence in California. And to kick us off, we will get a keynote address from our keynote speaker today, Professor Kevin Grisham of Cal State San Bernardino. We will then hear from 7 witnesses with a variety of different perspectives and experience. And each of those speakers will have 5 minutes. Professor Grisham's keynote will be 30 minutes. At the end of that, we will have 20 minutes for council members to ask questions of the witnesses. And so we hope all those who are presenting in the morning will stick around for the council member questions. We will then have a break, hopefully that will start at 12:15 and go till 1 o'clock. I do also want to acknowledge that we are certainly aware that there are a number of other people, many of whom may be participating with expertise and unique perspectives on this topic. And unfortunately, because of the constraints of the day, we weren't able to add more people to the formal agenda, but we do hope to hear from some of you during the public comment and during any subsequent meetings or rulemaking proceedings on this topic. To those who are in attendance this morning, as you'll notice, to allow for an orderly meeting, you are in listen-only mode and you will remain muted with the video off for the hearing and the presentations. However, there will be a public comment period at the end of the day, or at approximately 2:30, and attendees can make oral comments by utilizing the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can submit written comments or questions utilizing the chat function, or by emailing the council at fehcouncil@dfvh.ca.gov. So without further ado, we'll kick things off with our keynote address by Professor Kevin Grisham, who is the Associate Director for the Center of the Study of Hate and Extremism and Department Chair and Professor of Global Studies for the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at CSU San Bernardino. He specializes in analysis of hate, violent extremist movements, and conspiracy movements. He holds a PhD and MA in political science from UC Riverside and a BA in criminal justice from Cal State San Bernardino. He's the author of The Transformation of Violent Political Movements, Rebels Today, What Tomorrow, and regularly speaks on issues of hate and violent extremism in global, national, and local forums. Professor Grisham, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you to the council first and foremost for allowing me to come and be the keynote speaker. And looking at the list of people who will be speaking today, I kind of felt like there's probably other people who could fill these shoes better than I, but I'll try the best that I can. So thank you to the to the council itself, and of course to Chairman Mendelbaum for the very nice introduction. And I'd like to especially thank Adam Romero for helping and the staff putting this event together. So I'm going to share my screen so you don't have to see my face for most of this presentation, but hopefully the data, and we will go there. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen now. So thank you once again to all of you. As was stated, my name is Dr. Kevin Grisham. I'm the Associate Director of our Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University in San Bernardino here in Southern California. And basically what I want to do today is try to paint a little bit of a picture of what's going on currently, both in California, but put it in a broader context of what's going on both in the United States and internationally. But I think it's fair to start first as I always tell my students, of knowing who you're talking to. And so I want to give a little bit of background very, very briefly about our center and what we do at the center. And then of course, at the end, if it allows times, I'll present some trends, as well as talking about basically recommendations we think that are related to bias-motivated violence and hate crimes in the state of California. So the main question, of course, starting off here the first minute or so is, what is the center and what do we do at the center? I should say our center is a nonpartisan center. It's very important to note because there are many different institutes and centers throughout the United States, but we pride ourselves on being a nonpartisan clearinghouse for information. We were actually one of the first in the United States that does the kind of work that we do. Professor Brian Levin, that you see here in the top photo, who most people know in the civil rights area, is a huge figure in this area. And he's actually my boss, and as well as my friend of well over 20 years. When I was an undergrad, I actually knew him when he worked at a variety of other places. But he came to Cal State San Bernardino, established the Center for Study of Hate and Extremism, or what we call CSHE, in 1999. And basically what our center is, it's in some ways a clearinghouse for information on bias-related violence and various forms of violent extremism. I joined Brian as the associate director shortly after the San Bernardino attacks because you can imagine the amount of interest in what was going on started to exponentially grow. And I'd already been working with Brian for some time, but it formally came on at that time to help run the center. We provide information to government officials at all levels, both the U.S. federal government, California, and local government officials. We even present information to the United Nations through their forums as well. We do work with local law enforcement and federal, as well as media and, of course, the general public, because we do believe one of the best ways to curb bias-motivated violence and hate crime in general is by really having debate about the issues in the public sphere and really making sure people are aware of what these things, that are most of the words and the ideology that's behind some of these actions. And of course, we do work with a wide range of scholars in the study of hate and violent extremism across and organizations throughout the United States and colleagues, some of which are represented here today on this panel. And ultimately, what we're there is to really present information and create a legitimate conversation about what's going on by collecting this information. So I want to paint a little bit of a picture just so that we get an idea of basically what's going on with internationally, US, and of course the California context, where we stand today. And obviously it's a very short period of time and I won't be able to get through everything that really kind of paints this picture, but I will try to at least give some basic overview. And so if people have questions later, and particularly council members, please feel free to ask any sort of more specific questions. So some general analysis, we look at sort of hate crime data and bias-related violence data, both from the FBI as well as related data sets, including ones we collect at the city level. What we've actually seen is over the last, in 2019, really a beginning of hate crimes plateauing. What we had seen for some time is throughout from about 2001, which is a big year for hate crime and the highest year in most cities and throughout the United States and California. It was one of the highest times of hate crimes. And we started to see a decrease. And then we've in recent years been seeing an increase as well, again, across all different sort of platforms and all different groups. But what we are seeing, even though as hate crimes, the actual occurrence of them are plateauing, is we're actually seeing the violence related to it actually is some of the most since 2002. And that's really the stark shifting difference, is that it's not just about the number of hate-related or bias-related incidences or hate crimes, it's actually the violent activity that's associated with them. In fact, recent elections had some of the highest spikes. I'll talk a little bit about in depth of each one of these in a few minutes. But in the recent elections, the midterm elections and the prior election during the presidential election year, we actually had some of the biggest spikes in hate crime and acts of political violence that we'd seen since 2002. Traditionally, not just in California, but throughout the United States, FBI data shows in the order of which they are actually the largest targets of these kind of crimes are African Americans or Blacks, Jews, anti-Semitic hate crimes, whites, gays, particularly gay men in the case of California, and Latinos. There are other groups, of course, as well, disabled, as well as many other groups that are targeted as well, but these are the largest groups as of 2019, according to FBI data and data that we collect as well. So I want to talk a little bit about the FBI data. This just roughly shows you, and I'm not going to go into the numbers here, but as you can see, really from 2018 to 2017, I should say for those that don't know, the FBI data is released usually in November of every year. At the center, we issue what we call a report to the nation prior to that, and predicting what we think the numbers are going to look like based on the data that we collect from cities. And generally, we're right on trend with what the FBI shows from all their jurisdictions. But basically, this last year, we saw really a minimal change. And so one of the things that we should remember is that as we're talking about this, is that even though there was a 0.77% decrease, some of this also could be due to statistical anomalies. It could be due to lack of reporting. What's more important is this is after 3 prior consecutive increases of 31% the 3 years prior. So we've been seeing, as you see here in this actual diagram, increases really after many years of continual decreases. Starting really in 2015, you started to see sort of an increase here. And so that's really important as well. The other part of this is we should be very clear is the data doesn't tell us everything. Because of course, as the Department of Justice's 2017 National Crime Victimization Survey suggested, they suggested that there's probably on average about 250,000 hate crimes in the United States per year, and this is nowhere close to the actual number that's reported to the FBI. So what this suggests, and we agree with that at the center, is that there's a considerable amount of underreporting, and of course that varies most likely based upon the different kinds of groups and what's going on in those environments as well. So having said that, as you can see, there was, as I said before, there was a drop, really kind of a low point in 2014. But of course, this just this past year, basically, that was 30% above the 2014. So even though there has been, you know, from one year to the next minimal change, the reality is what we're seeing is we're still seeing highs and an increase in hate crime incidences according to FBI data, which is collected by from policing agencies and states. But this, of course, is 27% below the 2001 record high, which is often, of course, we could associate with the hate crimes that were incredibly high right after the 9/11, September 11th terrorist attacks here in the United States. Now, what's interesting is it relates to bias-related violence. We do see it's actually on the rise. And in fact, FBI hate crime report showed that actually the level of violence for hate crimes hit its highest level this last year since 2002. With data that we collect at the center, which is also on trend with most other organizations who collect very similar data, what we actually found is that what we're finding is that individuals generally who are being killed more often by far right and white supremacist individuals. And particularly in 2009, as you can see here, there were 29 individuals that were killed. Obviously, El Paso, the shooting in El Paso, Texas being the most notable one. But there were 29 individuals that were killed by victims that were killed by individuals that are associated with the far right or white supremacist ideology out of a total of 47. And yet in 2018, there was 22 total. So there's a significant increase in the violence that is being perpetrated. And so this graph here that I created, a picture chart, shows a little bit more of that. Each of these people you see on the screen is an individual life that was taken during those years based on by what we have coded as basically bias violence or bias motivated violence. You should know that these numbers will vary slightly from when you compare them, for example, the ADL numbers, SPLC, but one of the things that we all agree on is that we're seeing the same trends. And that is basically, whereas you can see in 2016, as indicated by the black figures, these were groups that were individual victims that were being killed due to often what's referred to as Salafist jihadists, or basically extremists associated in particular with ISIS or ISIS ideology. Or Al-Qaeda. And what's interesting is that as you see, we move to 2019, in those few years, it shifts significantly to where basically the vast majority of victims are actually being killed basically by by people who are associated in some form or fashion with white supremacist ideology. When we sort of take this data and really parse it down every more, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but if you have an interest, we can always, and all this data, by the way, I should say, that I'm showing you is all available on our center's website. So it's open to the public and anybody to actually look at as well. But when you look at FBI data, this just sort of shows you that what we had talked about prior, which is the vast majority of when we break it down month by month over basically the almost 2 decades, what you'll see here is you'll actually see a clumping really of the highest amount of hate crimes typically have been occurring around really political events, in this case elections in the United States. And if you look at the bottom of 2018, there was a massive increase, whereas you can see in January there was a handful, but as we started to move into the time of election season, what we saw is a sizable increase as we continue to go forward. And so this sort of highlights some of that for you as well. You'll see the ones that have actually been highlighted here. These are all elections. These are basically kind of an election period. So basically somewhere between basically August to November. And you'll see that there's more than a few that really are around those time periods. And in fact, if you look, 2 of those were during election years, in 2008 during the presidential election that elected President Obama, and of course 2016 with the recent election of President Trump. And then the ones that actually typically were not as high, that actually weren't around election years, which were 2004 and 2012 here, actually, these are re-election years for the people who are sitting in office. And in fact, we saw that actually the highest hate crimes tended to be much earlier in the season. When it comes to groups, of course, what we are seeing is, of course, and I'll show you California data here in just a few minutes, but when we look at total hate crime by bias motivation, And this isn't all the groups, but the largest groups by far are, as I suggested earlier, are hate crimes that are anti-Black or anti-Semitic. In fact, in more than a few U.S. cities, as I'll talk about in a little bit with our own city data, anti-Semitic attacks have actually been on the increase for more than a few years now. And anti-Black, of course, are going down, but they're going back up again, really starting in 2014, as you can see here. And this is all the nationwide data. Anti-white as a category by the FBI, of course, is the third highest. And then when we look at anti-gay male, or we look at anti-Latino, we're also seeing kind of very similar trends. So as you can see, sort of this downward trend and then a swoop back up as we start to go into basically the last almost 6 or 7 years, we're starting to see greater increases than ever before. And this just sort of shows you some of those same things. If you're interested, I can send you these charts, but basically due to this limited time, you can just sort of see that the blocks here that are in the bold are basically the highest in those time periods. So as you'll see, there's a big clumping of anti-Latino or anti-Hispanic hate crime in 2000, then there's sort of a little bit less, and then we get into the mid-2000s again, and then if you go to 2018, after kind of a not as much, now we're seeing a massive increase again. And so that's alarming for many things, which I could talk about. Another group, anti-Muslim, as you can see, obviously the highest, of course, right after 2001, particularly in September of 2001, you saw 314 occurrences, but then as you go down, it dissipated a little bit. And then of course, from 2014 onward, it's been increasing regardless almost of any month, to be honest with you. So how does that compare? Because that's at, sort of the national level. How does that compare when we talk about sort of city data? Because sometimes city data at that smaller scale, you might be able to see more details. So we actually collect city data every year from local policing agencies that are willing to provide us for their data. We do get more than a few from the state of California, and we're very appreciative to those cities like LAPD and Riverside and many others, San Francisco, who do provide us that data with little problem. But what we're actually finding is in the data that has not been released yet by FBI, which would be the 2019 data, is when we look at our data for 2019 from those policing agencies, New York, Chicago, and LA will actually hit two-decade highs basically at that point. And in fact, anti-Semitism were the top incidences for all three of those cities, which is telling because, of course, the size of the Jewish population varies by those cities as well. So Jewish people are actually being targeted in those cities much higher for hate crime. New York, LA, Chicago, Seattle, Denver, and Portland are actually seeing the highest hate crime occurrences in the past decade. It looks like, if our numbers are correct, from 2019 from those policing agencies. And in fact, hate crime has risen in 9 of the 20 select cities in our study. And that study, by the way, will be published when it comes out in the Report of the Nation, which we're planning to release shortly before before the presidential election, so right before probably November. They'll give more detail and have more actual cities included. I should also note here that Washington, D.C., Denver, Seattle, Phoenix, and Columbus, Ohio, which is one of the largest cities in Ohio, actually are seeing their highest hate crime rates in 19 years, so most in 2 decades, which is really, really telling. This chart, which I could provide to anybody, is just some of that data we've collected so far. Obviously, we're continuing to collect that data. With COVID-19, you can imagine it's been much tougher sometimes to get the data very quickly because of policing agencies and other government agencies obviously being retasked to work on other things, or just because their staff are very overstrung trying to deal with a variety of things right now. But one of the things I do want to point out here is you'll see all the green. If you notice from about 2015 to 2019, which is the most recent complete data we can get from these cities, these are the highest times for each of those cities since basically 2010. So in the last 9 years, the bulk of those highest hate crime rates have been in the last 2 years for most cities, with a few exceptions. San Diego, obviously, it was in 2010. Just for a point of information, this data for 2020 was as of July of our year, so just literally 2 months, almost 2 months ago for most of these policing agencies. And New York City, as you can see, is already looking at basically 155, and LA, particularly in the case of the California context, 167. So that means if they're on trend, they may actually exceed or come close to those actual numbers. Do remember, though, this is not a uniquely U.S. phenomenon. I always want to point that out. Bias-related violence, hate crime, of course, is something we see throughout the world. There are many countries that do not collect data, so you kind of have to extrapolate it from others. But we can look at, for example, things like we've seen a big increase in the last 4 years in white supremacist violence outside the U.S., and these are just a few. The most notable of this list, of course, are the attack on a synagogue in October of 2019, the Christchurch Mosque Massacre in 2019 in New Zealand, and of course, in the case of Sweden, in October of 2015, the Trollhättan school attack, which actually was one of the deadly, it was actually the deadliest attack, from my understanding, in Swedish history in a school. And so what we're starting to see is sort of this increasing attack, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that may mean for the future in California, but also in the United States. This just shows you, by the way, 13 OSCE, these Organizations of Security and Cooperation in Europe. So these are Western European countries, as well as some Eastern European countries. 9 of the 13 in their data set actually have hit their highest numbers in 2016 and 17, which is the most recent numbers they have. But as you can see here, just like in the United States, there's been an upward trend, which is the very sort of telling part of this. So let's talk a little bit about California in that context. From 2001 to 2014, we actually, as you can see here, actually, if you look at the data, we were actually on a general downward trend. Hate crime was actually going down in California. But what we're starting to see is we're starting to see a shift, even as in those time periods, we've seen more and more of the offenses being violent and not against property. So property crimes, of course, in the case of like graffiti, versus violent crime offenses, for example, assault, as I'll show you the 2019 data from the Attorney General's office here in California in a minute. But what you'll actually see is that there was actually sizable increases in California from 2014 to 2017. And we're starting to see some decreases from 17 to 19. Obviously, we'll know more as we see more data come out. And some of this data, of course, gets reclassified as we go along. But we have seen decreases in California, even as we've seen significant increases in other states. Trends by groups, though, definitely it varies. So, for example, anti-Asian, anti-Semitic hate crimes have been trending upwards since 2014, even as you've seen decreases overall. And in fact, I should note that since COVID-19 sort of took hold in this pandemic, our colleagues at San Francisco State and a variety of other places have been collecting information on anti-Asian hate crimes. Anti-Asian hate crimes have actually been going up significantly, with a couple of exceptions in the United States, and that would be San Diego and Chicago. We're not quite sure why that might be. But Asian populations are being targeted significantly, and anti-Semitic as well. By the way, when you look at the rhetoric online, those two groups are also being targeted by hate groups and individuals who are kind of associated with hate ideology. Anti-Black hate crimes, of course, have been trending downward. And anti-Latino or Latinx community hate crimes were trending up until about 2019. It's slightly down, but it's not significantly down. So there was sort of these increases amongst most of the groups when you break it down by group, even as there was actually decreases overall. And this just shows you sort of that idea of the total hate crimes in California. And this is all drawn from the hate crime reports that are issued by the Attorney General of California's office in that context every year. But most notably, of course, you'll see there was an uptick really from 14 to 17, even if we are going down slightly over the last couple of years. And of course, the hate crimes by bias is what I was just talking about. This just illustrates some of those pieces as well. And all this information is, of course, public information that's open, that's available on the Open Justice portal. So anybody in the public can actually go and look at the data if they have any interest in what's going on within their state. When you look at by actual offense, this is really telling about the bias-related violence component I talked about earlier. You'll see that the large majority here, the largest, of course, is aggravated assault at 33%, and this was for the 2019 data. So it's not just simply that there's intimidation or things like that, or robberies, you can see are very small, but in fact, people are being assaulted and physically harmed, which of course, as we know, has implications beyond just the people who are being victims. It's also their family and their communities where they're being victimized as well. And this just shows you a little bit about that percentage of hate crimes that are violent offenses, varied over the year. But as we've seen, even though the majority tend to be violent offenses, what we're seeing is actually in 2016, there was a low of 64 or 63% here, but then we're going back up. And in fact, at an all-time high outside of 2015 and 2019, 69% of hate crimes in California, according to that data set, are violent offenses. And so what we're seeing is something you see here in the pictures is not actually uncommon. And that, of course, as we know, the deadly attack on the synagogue Poway, of course, is just one good example here of this deadliness of bias-related violence, but also the fact that you're starting to see protests. This picture was taken, one of many pictures taken by my colleague, Professor Brian Levin, from the National Socialist Movement, who actually came to Riverside for a protest, and here they were actually assaulting other people. And I should make very clear, the National Socialist Movement, as you can see here in the symbols, are associated with a neo-Nazi ideology. What's really alarming, of course, as the Southern Poverty Law Center suggests in 2019 in this context is, in fact, we actually have 88 currently active hate groups in California. Now, our center does not track hate groups. We do research on them because there is some debate about what's considered a hate group or not, but we tend to agree with our colleagues at Southern Poverty Law Center that hate groups are on the rise in our state. And that's very, very damning. And particularly the groups that are definitely on the rise are ones that typically are associated with white nationalist, white supremacist ideology, as well as neo-Nazi ideology. So what may be contributing to this? And of course, this is always the million-dollar question, and I wish we had all the answers, but I'm going to pose based on my analysis. And I should say I've been doing this kind of analysis work for about 25 years. Professor Levin's been doing it longer than I, and I study groups inside and outside the US, including groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, who I've studied for 2-3 years. So I kind of look at a wide range of groups, not just ones here in the United States. But there seems to be some common sort of factors that I think also are applying to sort of the current, what I call state of hate in California. And we should break it up by either pre-COVID or COVID. So the pre-COVID-19 environment, obviously one of the big things, we've seen economic shifts in our states and demographic shifts as well. And so when you see big demographic shifts historically throughout the United States and other places, we typically see a rise in things like hate crime and violent extremism. And in addition to this, of course, I think we can all agree we've seen a level of divisiveness in US politics that we have not seen for some time. And there's a wide range. We could talk about that during Q&A if you have questions about it. But I think part of what's happening is what I like to call what we call contagion effect, which generally it refers to sort of this idea that it's starting one place and spreading out. But I think it may also be the fact that there's this norm of divisiveness that has occurred in US politics, has just become the norm in our country, sadly enough. And it's starting to spread down to the local level as well. And of course, you've seen this a lot since the with anti-lockdown protest in our state, as well as sort of the reaction to sort of actions taken by the government to curb COVID-19. So what's happened during the COVID-19 environment, we believe, is that for one, you see a lot more social isolations. You know, before people could go out and actually interact with other people in their community, and they may have differing views, but that may make them think twice about it. Well, now we're not having that because of course, the pandemic. And so people are looking for places online. And of course, as we know, online is full of echo chambers where we can go and find just things that really support our views. And that's really dangerous if you're trying to diversify views within a population that is diverse, as California is, ethnically, religiously, economically, and onward. Also, there seems to be a growing anti-lockdown sentiment, and these are kind of blurring with some of the hate groups. I should say one of the interesting things that has happened is the hate groups themselves, who've been around for some time and some that have developed since in the last year or two, are really adapting themselves and transforming themselves to sort of fit some of these other issues that are occurring due to COVID-19. So for example, groups that may not have had much rhetoric concerning Asian populations, now we're very anti-Asian. You'll see a lot of that rhetoric online. We track a lot of this online at the center as well. In addition to that, as we probably have all seen in the media recently, is conspiracy movements are flourishing more than ever before. Probably the most notable of these, of course, is the QAnon movement, which I study and write on, as well as groups related to them. And I will tell you, it continues to flourish online. In fact, we just in literally last 2 days, the there were basically people associated with these conspiracy movements that were posting things suggesting that Democrats had held on, that our dearly departed Associate Justice was held on and kept on life support so that she would not die, that they were trying to stop it so that Trump would not be allowed to actually have time to get an Associate Justice. As we all know, that's very asinine. But yet this is the rhetoric people are seeing when they're in these echo chambers, and some people believe it. After COVID-19, obviously, we don't know what will happen. Elections will definitely have an impact, regardless of which way it goes, Democrat or Republican. And of course, social media platforms are playing a bigger role than ever. We track a lot of things on social media, and it used to be that, you know, this kind of rhetoric, I can remember 25 years ago when I was looking at, before Google, before Facebook, and looking at information online for right-wing groups in particular, you had to really dig into the internet to find that ideology. And in fact, what we found is now it's very easy. You can go on literally right now today and find things on YouTube and Facebook, even as they've suggested that they've taken those some of those accounts down, they come back. And so that's also, and of course there's alternative platforms being created almost daily. It's also sometimes what we refer to as alt tech to sort of allow people to continue to operate in these spaces. So the recommendations, you know, that we generally have as a center, one of the ones that I know, not myself, but Professor Levins worked on with colleagues throughout the state is, of course, adding homelessness to the hate crime statute. One of the big ones, of course, is city police having more data transparency. That would be very useful because if we don't know really what's going on, then we can't make predictions. And so that's vitally important. And one of the biggest ones I would say today is all of us are doing all of this work, and it's very commendable of the amount of work that's being done by a variety of organizations and individuals throughout our state. But what would be more useful is a more permanent California government entity that specifically collects information on hate and violent extremism and bias-related violence, and basically is allowed to and coordinate some of that study and formulating joint action so that individuals like yourself on the council, as well as the public, is more aware of these kind of issues. So having said that, I will stop there. Thank you so much again. I know this is just sort of an overview at best, and I'm more than willing to, during the Q&A, answer whatever questions we have. And of course, you can always reach out to us at the center as well for any details. So thank you so much, and thank you to Chairman Mandelbaum.
Thank you. Shia, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Thank you, Professor Grisham, for that very illuminating presentation. I know we are all really eager to engage in a discussion with Professor Grisham, both on the council and in the public. However, we are going to, for the sake of time, move into our next presentations. And as a reminder, there will be at the end of our morning session an opportunity for council members to address questions and including any that they borrow from our members of the audience who have the ability to write through chat. And our presenters will stick around, and in the afternoon there will be an additional opportunity for the council with the afternoon presentations, as well as members of the public to directly participate in the discussion at the end of the day. So with that, we will move right along, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Brodsky.
I'm here to introduce Nancy Appel, who is the Senior Associate Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League's Central Pacific region, covering Northern California, Utah, and Hawaii. In that capacity, she advocates daily on behalf of community members targeted by anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry in schools, workplaces, and public accommodations. Nancy is also the California Legislative Director for ADL's 5 California regional offices, coordinating and implementing ADL's legislative civil rights priorities in Sacramento. Before joining ADL in 2003, Nancy practiced civil litigation in San Francisco. She's a graduate of UC Hastings College of Law and Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Thank you, Nancy, for being here.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. On behalf of ADL, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. Since 1913, ADL has been countering anti-Semitism and fighting to secure justice and fair treatment to all. For the Jewish community, the past few years have been among the most challenging that we have witnessed in recent memory in California and nationally. We've seen deadly attacks against Jews and Jewish institutions, including the mass shooting of Jews at prayer at Chabad of Poway in April 2019. And in June 2019, Concord police arrested a man for threatening to take his illegal assault rifle and mass murder Jews, whom he called subhuman, among other epithets. But it's not just the high-profile incidents that I want to discuss. It's about men wearing yarmulkes assaulted on sidewalks and Jewish students being taunted with Holocaust references while playing after-school sports. It's about a publicity-seeking anti-Semite scrawling "Jews rape kids" and other invective on his van in a Livermore parking lot just last month. And since the pandemic, it's the hateful Zoom bombing targeting Jewish high school students, like in Marin County this month, and the vulgar Zoom bombings disrupting Jewish cultural and religious programming, which we've seen numerous times around the state. In sum, it's the idea that a person isn't safe from violence or harassment in their supermarket, school, synagogue, or home just because they're Jewish. That is the reality and the anxiety that too many Jews have had to contend with. Reported hate crimes in California totaled 1,015 in 2019, a 4.5% decrease from 2018, though they've otherwise been increasing since 2015. Anti-Semitic hate crimes totaled 141, almost a 12% increase from 2018. And as is consistently the case here nationally, anti-Jewish hate crimes comprise the majority of all reported religion-based hate crimes. In 2019, ADL recorded 2,107 anti-Semitic incidents nationwide, broadly in the categories of assault, vandalism, and harassment. This is a 12% increase over 2018 and marks the highest total since ADL began formally tracking anti-Semitic incidents in 1979. We saw a 6% increase in harassment and a 19% increase in vandalism over 2018. Even worse, we recorded 61 assaults, which was an eye-popping 56% increase from 2018. These assaults, 11 of which involved deadly weapons, caused 5 deaths, including Lori Gilbert Kay in Poway. And not only did the number of assaults increase, but the number of victims climbed too, from 21 in 2017 to 59 in 2018, and rising to 95 victims in 2019. In California, we recorded 330 anti-Semitic incidents, the third highest total after New York and New Jersey. That number is down by 3% from 2018, but the number of criminal incidents, 9 assaults and 135 vandalism events, increased sharply from 2018, which saw 9 assaults, but just 88 vandalism events. The numbers are telling, but neither ADL's audit of anti-Semitic incidents nor the hate crime statistics can capture the tidal wave of anti-Semitic and other hateful content found online and in social media. We're talking about Holocaust denial and other anti-Semitic conspiracy theories continuing to flourish on Facebook and despite our entreaties to the company. Anti-Semitic tweets and YouTube comments and threats that violate terms of service but are not being removed. Discussion board sites like 4chan and Discord, offering platforms to anti-Semites and extremists of all stripes. And the video hosting service BitChute, which under the guise of anti-censorship principles, has become a hotbed of hate propaganda and a recruiting ground for extremists. All of that said, the Jewish community is not alone in feeling targeted. COVID-19, for instance, has spawned a frenzy of scapegoating and attacks against Asian Americans. The inflammatory rhetoric around immigration has yielded a sharp uptick in reports of harassment and attacks against Latinx Americans and immigrants in recent years. And we cannot forget that year in and year out, in national and state statistics, African Americans are the most targeted group for hate violence, bar none. Finally, I emphasize reports and reported because hate crimes are chronically underreported, both by targeted individuals to law enforcement and then by law enforcement to the Attorney General and FBI. Nonetheless, these numbers and civil society reporting, like ADL's audit, provide a telling snapshot of both the current state of hate and hate violence, as well as trends over years. It's a problem that California must address urgently, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Appel. Councilmember Brodsky, back to you. Councilmember Brodsky, you're on mute.
Thank you. I would like to introduce Blas Gutierrez, who is a California Rural Legal Assistance Regional Director. CRLA provides legal assistance to thousands of rural Californians each year throughout its network of 17 field offices and various statewide programs. Mr. Gutierrez has been with CRLA for 8 years, having started as an intern and as an attorney and director of CRLA's Coachella Migrant Farm Worker Office for 7 years. He now supervises 5 offices that provide broad services to the community, including legal information, counsel and advice, and full representation to Californians in a variety of issue areas, including housing, employment, immigration, and education issues. Mr. Gutierrez has litigated a variety of civil rights cases that have helped individuals and communities recover money damages, prevent homelessness, and maintain employment and access to benefits. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez, for being here with us today.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Brodsky, for the introduction, and thank you, Commissioners, for putting the mission-centric issue of bias-motivated violence on your agenda. These remarks are dedicated to the memory of Marilyn Cáceres, Juan Ceballos, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. My name is Blas Gutierrez. I'm a Regional Director of Advocacy with California Rural Legal Assistance. Our firm's mission is to fight for justice and individual rights alongside the most exploited communities of our society, and we're proud to work for individuals and communities who reject poverty and discrimination. I won't be able to cover each of the ways that our clients experience bias. My testimony today is a mere attempt to provide some examples in 3 broad categories: violence against women, violence against the LGBTQ+ community, and violence against Indigenous people. When hate-based violence hits any of these rural California communities, the impact can be devastating, and justice can be hard to find. Ample research supports the notion of attorney deserts, where the ratio of lawyer to resident can be 1 attorney to every 650 residents, as opposed to 1 to 130 in major urban areas. This shortage merits that the department invest in outreach methods and services to complement the work that legal aid organizations such as CRLA undertake in rural areas to close the justice gap. Turning to our first category, violence against women. CRLA represents many women who have experienced some form of violence or sex discrimination at work. A doubly discriminatory status exists when discussing women in the workforce who are elderly, and concerns about the coronavirus seem to have given many employers the impression that we could tolerate discrimination against the elderly. Along with protecting against bias-motivated violence, the DFEH is of course tasked with protecting against human trafficking. It's critically important that the department and the public understand that sometimes violence follows people to California, and that violence may persist here and should be actionable here. The case of a woman in the United States on an H-2A guest worker visa presents one example, and is important given the exponential growth in the use of H-2A guest worker visas, and given the fact that the H-2A program is inherently discriminatory. Few women appear among the ranks of guest workers. And the violence that may have begun either abroad or in another state should not preclude the idea that the harassment has not followed those women to California. A nuanced understanding of the ways in which violence travels across state and national borders is necessary to ensure the stability of rural communities. Marilyn Cáceres was a transgender woman who was experiencing homelessness at the time of her brutal, senseless murder in Brawley. Her death garnered some media attention, but there are many other cases that go unnoticed. Transgender individuals are 6 times more likely than the general population to experience homelessness, and many transgender individuals are turned away from shelters. Juan Ceballos was a young bisexual man who worked 2 jobs to help take care of his family. We know that almost 1/3 of bisexual individuals live in poverty compared to 15% of the general population. Juan Ceballos was senselessly murdered, and his killer was recently deemed unfit to stand trial. And whatever remaining forms of justice his family can pursue will be insufficient to make their family whole again. Violence against the LGBTQ+ community is rampant and takes many forms. Intentional misgendering and the use of epithets or dead naming, for example, is a form of discrimination designed to humiliate and degrade an individual. And while misgendering and dead naming are not necessarily physical violence, the mental and financial well-being of the LGBTQ+ community ought to be protected because of the strong connections between poverty, mental, and physical security. Sierra Leone has cases where young transgender people are forced to leave school, workers are forced to leave employment, and homeless people are turned away from shelters, all because of who they are. Lastly, Indigenous people. The number of Indigenous Mexicans and Central Americans living in California continues to increase as communities suffer internal displacement and economic instability in their home countries. Nuanced understanding of microaggressions and bias perpetuated by co-nationals is necessary to better enforce existing law. Two case examples illustrate the need here. A group of Indigenous siblings in Northern California endured daily harassment and abuse due to their Indigenous identity, including a ban on speaking their language during any time on company property. The siblings were regularly mistreated, shoved, and hit. The direct manager was mestizo and participated in the abuse. The general supervisor dismissed the concerns as differences between co-workers and refused to address the racial and ethnic dynamic. And an Indigenous woman in Northern California was repeatedly mocked for having a speech impediment and sexually harassed by female co-workers. She was ultimately cornered and forcibly penetrated by one of the mestizo co-workers. Officers arrived to her workplace and took a statement in Spanish, a language that she didn't speak or understand fluently. She later brought her own interpreter to a police follow-up interview, and there were obvious differences between her initial statement without the interpreter and the statement provided with an interpreter, but law enforcement made no effort to understand the inconsistencies that were the result of a language barrier. Our clients encounter these and many other forms of bias-motivated violence, and there's sadly no shortage of case examples, but we are very grateful for the Council for taking these issues up for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Councilmember Brodsky, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Yes, and this time I'll take myself off mute. Chris Bridges is the program manager for the Implicit Bias Network of the Equal Justice Society, which is in Oakland. Chris is a graduate of Northeastern University School of Law. He also holds a master's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University and a bachelor's degree in political science and BA in criminal justice, both from North Carolina Central University. Chris began his legal career in 2012 with the ACLU of Northern California as the Racial Justice Project Fellow, where he worked on school to prison pipeline issues as a member of the Education Equity team. Chris began his work at the Equal Justice Society in Oakland as the Butler Koshland Fellow and was later hired full-time to focus his advocacy on school discipline and education issues, as well as inequities with the criminal justice system. Thank you, Chris, for being here.
Thank you, Councilmember Brodsky, for inviting me. I'm just going to try and supplement or add a few thoughts about this topic. I admit that I found it kind of challenging to figure out exactly what to say and where to start, as I think this is a very big issue to try and tackle. But I will start with just providing a little bit more background about Equal Justice Society. We've been around for 20 years, and we've been a very prominent nonprofit legal organization fighting for racial justice and trying to, as our tagline says, put race back on the table. And so speaking about race, thinking about race critically, and figuring out how to get other folks to understand and think more critically about race as well has been a 20-year practice for EJS. And one of the tools that we've used to try and do that is to illuminate, share, widen the understanding around implicit bias, and to provide more social science studies and experts and their testimony and their facts and data and research to the community so that folks can have a better understanding of how people can be biased without intentionally or consciously knowing so. The reason why I bring up implicit bias, because I often talk about that in connection with explicit bias. Explicit bias and implicit bias are inextricably linked. You cannot really have a functioning society without both, and both are important and key. One of the reasons why I've been challenged or found it challenging to kind of talk about this particular topic is because thinking about just the slides Professor Grisham shared and the drastic racial disparities that was shown in the data itself requires a bit of context or additional context when having these conversations. And I think that's one piece that my comments might add to. I think it's incredibly important to think about the ways in which we are framing these conversations. Oftentimes when we see these gross racial disparities, we just gloss over them and keep going. That was a significant racial gap when talking about hate crimes and the impact of African Americans. And so I'll promise I'll come back to talking on implicit bias, but I want to take a step back and actually talk about explicit biases and the ways in which structural systemic racism has impacted and made it easier for folks to be comfortable being explicitly racist and biased, and then to allow their implicit biases to also be perpetuated. If we just take a look at the population size in America today, 63% of the population are people of European descent today. About 14% are African American, 17% Latino, 5% Asian, 1% indigenous folks. These are interesting or significantly important when we're breaking down the data that we're receiving from all of the various experts and advocates. 14% of the population is African American, yet a significant number of that population are receiving the highest amount of hate crimes or hate attacks, according to national data. The reason why that may be, and some of the support for that, is because of the way in which we've systemically disenfranchised folks of African descent, indigenous people, Latino people in this country through our everyday practices and systems of learning. So everywhere from education to healthcare to the criminal justice system to business, all of these areas that we live and operate, all of us live and operate in each day, is subject to the disparate treatment of less or underrepresented folks, especially African Americans, in those practices. That's significant because overt racism, covert racism, all these things function in those areas. Covert racism, for those folks who are less familiar, is the way in which folks who are explicitly racist usually hide their racial animus in a way where they're denying you an apartment rental, they're denying you a loan application, they are not answering your questions in K through 12 settings, they are pushing you out and saying that you have a behavioral issue versus treating you equally to white counterparts in the schooling system. All these ways are the ways in which racism is allowed to perpetuate systemically and structurally throughout all of the systems in our country. That is significant because it actually provides cover and enables people to come out in full force when they feel inspired and primed to do so. And in our current political landscape, people are more inspired to do so now than in recent or previous years. That's incredibly important because all of this is priming. The systemic or disparate treatment of Black people is priming. For many years, not having the inadequate treatment or the disparate treatment being fully addressed by those in power, not having a lot of folks talking to or commenting about the urgency of the disparate treatment of underrepresented groups, all of those things have enabled this kind of laissez-faire approach to addressing problems within these communities or that these communities are experiencing, and thus have made it easy to prime other folks or other groups to more outwardly act on their bias when triggered. Implicit bias is equally important in this way. To understand the ways in which folks are implicitly biased and acting out is to understand the impact of our laissez-faire approach to addressing systemic or disparate treatment of Black people and other groups throughout history and for the past several years. The implicit bias weaves into, and pardon me, the implicit bias weaves into this kind of understanding or this bigger approach because all the allies, all the folks who are sitting alongside while systemic disparities continue to go are able to kind of take solace or kind of be lulled asleep to the urgency of addressing the problems within the system. And the implicit biases are the things that are pushed forward to allow folks to not really think consciously about something that they're so used to seeing. We're so used to seeing Black people be disparately treated that we're not necessarily going to think about it. We're not going to question our actions, our behaviors. We're not going to have a more urgent response, even when we receive fairly damning data about disparities in treatment, particularly in hate crimes. All of these.
Sorry, Mr. Bridges. Unfortunately, there's so much to say here on this topic, and we're a little past our time. Are there any concluding remarks? And we do hope you'll stay around afterwards to continue the discussion with the council members and the panelists.
Yeah, absolutely. My concluding comments are this. It is incredibly hard to be able to distill all this information down to understanding for folks who generally don't receive this information. In our K-12 schools and our education systems, we're not typically learning a lot of the history that enables systemic disparities and disparate treatment of vulnerable communities. And that helps enable people to act on their biases, whether explicitly or implicitly more frequently in times like these. Happy to talk more about it later. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Brodsky, back to you.
Yes, I would like to introduce Jennifer Pizer, who is the Senior Counsel and Director of Law and Policy for Lambda Legal, the nation's oldest and largest legal organization committed to achieving full recognition of the civil rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer questioning folks, and people who are living with HIV. Since joining Lambda Legal's staff in 1996, Jenny has been a leading voice for ending marriage discrimination against same-sex couples, for stopping anti-LGBTQ discrimination in employment, healthcare, and education, and against the misuse of religion to license discrimination. In addition to litigating impact cases, she develops legislation, advises policymakers, and works with community advocates to advance family law and non-discrimination protections. Jenny has taught sexual orientation and gender identity law courses at several LA area law schools, and she's a graduate of NYU School of Law and Harvard College. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm pleased to be based here in Los Angeles in Lambda Legal's Western Regional Office, which has been serving our community here in California and the West for 30 years. My testimony will complement what Blaz and others have just shared. I'm going to focus on harassment, threats, and violence against LGBTQ people, drawing on our experience in California and nationally. And more specifically, our legal help desk is staffed by 4 full-time attorneys, and we receive annually between 5,000 and 6,000 requests for help from LGBTQ and HIV positive people, dealing with a full range of discrimination problems, including from many people dealing here in California with bias-motivated harassment, threats, property damage, and assaults. Before sharing some information about those, let me give you a little context. As the annual report to the LA County Human Relations Commission has been confirming for years, high rates of bullying and hate violence against LGBTQ people are vastly and consistently out of proportion with our relatively tiny percentage of the population. At any given time, self-identified LGBTQ people constitute only about 5% of the population. But according to the Commission's report of last fall, about a quarter of all reported hate crimes were based on sexual orientation. They were mostly simple assault. Some of them were aggravated assaults. And the victims were a mix of about half Latinx folks, about a third Black, and about a third white. And per the Commission, there were 25 hate crimes against transgender people in particular, 90% of which were against transgender women. And these crimes were notably violent. Close to 90% of the suspects were male, and in most of the incidents, the victim did not know her attacker. I could give more statistics about this, but let's suffice it to say that nationally for years now, there's been a rate of murders of transgender women, and in particular, Black transgender women, that's been alarming and terrifying for these members of our community and really for all of us. There are some particular settings in which danger is especially elevated. so let me just flag them briefly. In prisons and jails, harassment, violence, and especially sexual violence against transgender people is a huge and unrelenting problem. And this is especially acute for transgender women when housed inappropriately in men's facilities. This is a situation that is outrageous and continues in California. I will note that a bill was just approved by the legislature, SB 132, which will go a long way to alleviate this particular situation, and it's on Governor Newsom's desk right now. In schools, as I hope many people know, anti-LGBTQ bullying remains pervasive and hugely problematic for many reasons, but including that it tends to push LGBTQ youth out of school. And for those who reach their limit with the abuse and fight back, it pushes them into the juvenile justice system in disproportionate numbers. This is not a new problem. It's a well-known problem, I think, but it's a persistent problem, even though we have good laws in California. What is a particular problem for the LGBTQ community is abuse in our homes. LGBTQ youth face family rejection much more often and more intensely than most other youth. There's a level of violence that's hugely problematic, and it causes young people to leave home at alarming rates. It's well documented that many of these young people then experience homelessness, exposure to violence, and elevated rates of substance abuse, survival sex work, and many health challenges. And that was before COVID-19. There's no magic answer to that, but we have tried and true family acceptance programs to educate parents, and doing more of that would certainly help. And let me flag that typical law enforcement responses often are counterproductive here. I mean, calling the police on one's parents or their family members usually is iffy at best. The last area I want to focus on is bias-based abuse by neighbors. And this is actually the area where we receive disproportionate numbers of desperate calls for help. When I did a search of our database that goes back 5 years, we found over 100 requests for help from California residents with intense problems of persistent abuse by neighbors. I have some examples that I'll forgo in the interest of time, but bottom line to flag among themes is defamatory public accusations that the LGBT people, this is by their neighbors, are child molesters. When help is sought from police, it tends to be slow and ineffectual, and sometimes the person making the complaint gets arrested themselves. So I'll conclude here. Thanks for your attention to this problem. We have great laws in California, but it doesn't mean that people can get the help they need, including the legal help that they need.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ortiz to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you. So I get the pleasure of introducing Luz Gallegos. She's the Executive Director of TODEC Legal Center, which has been on the forefront of immigrant justice in California. She leads that organization with faith, pride in her culture, and a determination to advance social change with the people who live and work in rural inland communities. Luz celebrates her community's resilience and channels the strength into civic action every single day. She leads TODEC, a hub for healing, culture, leadership development, organizing, and community transformation, led and for people closest to the pain and the solutions. From their first major organizing win, granting 3 million new Americans amnesty until in 1986, until now, TODEC again has been on the forefront of immigrant justice organizing in California. So I'll turn it over to Luz.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation and for this long overdue conversation. So much to share. It brings a lot of emotions, so please bear with me. We, as an immigrant justice organization, organizing and serving the Inland Empire of California, we have been used to many things, amongst them discrimination and hate. So this is not a new topic. Being a border region, it's a definitely a different reality when we're so used to seeing immigration in the streets, separating our families, the impact that it has on our families and our children. But to be honest, we've been used to that. We've been used to that growing up in this movement, growing up in this region. Our community has been used to that type of fear and hate and discrimination. But we really started seeing this hate take action. We, as an organization, we have been used to death threats, verbal death threats throughout the entirety of our organizing efforts. But when we really started seeing hate increase in 2010, when Arizona SB 1070 came into play, we started seeing really these groups, these hate groups really take into action the way they feel about our community. When we started seeing, right after that, me growing up, us that live here, we used to hear about the KKK. It's Rainbow. It's a city 30 minutes away from Paris where we were founded. That KKK used to gather. They used to have their gatherings at night, and they used to wear these capes and masks over their heads. But to be honest, ever since these elections, we have seen folks take off their caps, and we know who they are. And this is the reality. Our community is living a different reality as our kids, the discrimination and hate from their peers that they've been friends with at schools, now they don't like them anymore. In the health, I mean, we have an impact not only in the well-being, but as far as the fears, but also in schools, in the workforce, housing, environment, in our criminal justice system. And I'm not sure if you guys know, but the Inland Empire is home to 3 of the most very active hate groups in California, or I don't know if the entire country, but they are very active. Ourselves, we started seeing right after elections, and myself, it's very hard for me to talk about this because we've kind of been keeping it to ourselves, because as it is, our community is in so much fear that we don't want to cause our stories for them to have more fear. But right after elections in 2017, I got shot at. My car got shot at. I called the police and they said it was an isolated incident. I said, well, are you sure? Because I keep on getting death threats and these groups are really taking things into action. It went on right after 2018. The car was driving again. Another car was driving. They busted my windows. Again, I called the police. After the police left, we were clearing everything out. And I did see on the top of my car, they had the neo-Nazi symbol on my car. So we know it's not an isolated incident. 2019, I got my tire slashed. My husband just got shot at 3 weeks ago. So this is something that's not only the community, but it's really, it's impacting organizers like us that are in the forefront, that are exposing our lives to organize and advocate for community. This is what our country has come to. And we have been used to verbal, but after elections, it's taking action. These groups have been emboldened to act on their hate, but God's with us as organizers, and that's what's really keeping us strong. But at the same time, we fear for my kids, for my family, as these people know where we live. We had to implement cameras in our cars, in our home, in our buildings, for our office sites. But it is a different reality. It really took change right after elections when we started seeing these groups really take it into action. So this is happening to some to our organizers, to myself, that we're in the trenches, we're in the forefront, we're advocating, we're mobilizing community for justice, and how can we put ourselves out there with community, say, you know, we're not martyrs, we're strong, we're gonna keep on organizing, We're going to continue advocating for our community. And in California, in the state that we have passed so much policies to protect and defend our immigrant community and immigrants, I mean, community in general, we continue seeing these outbreaks of hate in our community. But to be honest, I've been organizing since I was born into the movement. My parents were organizers with the UFW and with the United Farm Workers, and I've never seen it this bad. Never. Like I said, we're used to death threats, but now it's these folks are really taking it into action, and they really feel empowered to take on, to act under hate. And even in schools, I mean, our kids, our families, it's in the high desert in San Bernardino County where these groups are really active. The people don't even want to come out and say that they're voting or how they feel, because they even fear their neighbors because of the rhetoric. So our region's very different. It's very different, and organizing regionally, we see the different realities throughout our region. But we definitely have seen the increase of action of these groups taking it into their hands and do action, and of those that don't align with the way they think or their ideals. But one of our models of our organization is, and our nonviolence is our strength. We talk community even when we've had been picketed by these groups. We said ignore them. We respect. We pride ourselves on community respect, and we're not going to lower ourselves to be part of this violence and this nonsense. We're going to continue pushing through and continue pushing policy that really, really protects our most vulnerable communities. Thank you for this opportunity, and I apologize, but we're going through. COVID has opened the door to so many different traumas that we're not only dealing with our trauma, but we're dealing with our community's trauma as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gallegos, for your remarks, and I think your impactful message. And we hope you'll stick around because I'm sure people will want to talk to you more about that. We'll move to our next speaker, and I'll turn it back over to my colleague, Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Chair. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Her name is Debbie Martis. She's the founder and CEO of Rebirth Homes, an organization founded to combat human trafficking through education and awareness, and by providing a holistic healing program for survivors of human trafficking. Ms. Martis has an extensive background in executive leadership in the for-profit and also the nonprofit sectors. She's earned her bachelor's degree in business administration from Cal State University San Bernardino, and her master's in business administration from the University of Redlands. So I'll turn it over to Debbie.
Thank you so much, Council, for the invitation to be here and be part of this hearing, and for opening this conversation. And when it comes to human trafficking, it definitely intersects with what's been shared already this morning. When I was thinking about what to share, human trafficking is very broad. So there are so many parts to it, but at the core of it is violence, and I believe a great level of hate. I'm going to share my screen and walk through a PowerPoint. So I'll pull that up. So a little bit about Rebirth Homes. We are located in Riverside County, and our office is based in Riverside. And we are combating human trafficking through education and awareness, as well as providing a residential program for survivors of human trafficking. And when we talk about human trafficking, the whole core of it, what I said earlier, is that it involves force, it involves violence. And so a normal day for someone who is living in the life of trafficking is one of multiple rapes to meet a quota that is set by the trafficker. There is also violent abuse. And so the stories of the victims are stories that are very traumatic and very violent. For example, food is withheld from victims while they are being trafficked. And again, I'm just going to touch briefly on a few of these things and then hopefully share a testimony of someone who came out of the life of trafficking. But you can see in the US, human trafficking is the fastest growing crime in the world. It is growing by over 1 million people per year. And it is a crime that is well hidden, which makes it difficult to truly understand the impact it is having in our communities. But we do know that in the US, human trafficking is happening in every state, and it is happening in most countries. So if we want to talk about numbers, specifically for this hearing, I think the important thing to note is that 55% of the cases are women and children. So women are targeted as well as children. And again, this is a violent crime against them, but they are the main target for human trafficking. And when it comes to the trafficking they're targeted for, it is primarily for sex trafficking. And the age for most trafficking victims when they were first trafficked is when they were teenagers. So our children are being targeted by traffickers and entering into the horror of human trafficking at a very young age. And I want to share a little bit about the statistics that we've gathered. We opened our first home in Riverside County about 3 years ago. And you can see by this chart that a little more than half of the women that we have worked with are either African American, Black, and then you can see the breakdown of the other two groups. So 75% of the women that we either have worked with or are working with are either African American, Black, or Latina, Hispanic. And it seems very much a targeted crime. And so I wanted to just share that with you and then read a story from someone that was going to try to be on the call, but we couldn't work it out. So, and again, I'm just going to read what she wrote. She said, I was kidnapped when I was 13 and got stuck in the life of trafficking until I was 19. I thought that that was my life and that it was normal. The first pimp I had would beat us up when we didn't turn any tricks. So that's basically the sell of herself for sex. As I got older, I went through several pimps. They all did this to me. When I was 18, I was threatened and my family's life was threatened. So in order to keep my mom safe, I did as I was being told and was human trafficked from Washington to Las Vegas and got beat up so bad that my nose was broken. My pimp had his friends kidnap me and lock me in a basement, drug me, and have multiple men raping me for weeks. They would all beat me because I wouldn't want to do what they wanted to. I even had a gun put to my head and taunted to do what I was told or I was going to be killed. When I finally finally escaped, I almost got killed, but I outran the man with the machete and called the police for help, where I was taken to the hospital to recover. And her story is one of many stories. The stories that we hear, the violence begins at a very young age. It can be done by family members. Most of the people that we work with, the traffickers, are family members or someone trusted. But it begins at a very young age, as young as under 5. and it continues into adulthood.
Ms. Mars, unfortunately, we need to move along. Do you have any concluding thoughts? And we will hopefully get you back in for some questions.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see the chat feature. Thank you. I just want to conclude with saying that please take the time to learn about human trafficking and the impact it's having on our communities, and learn how you can make a difference.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, would you like to introduce our final speaker for the morning session?
Yes, thank you. And I have the pleasure to introduce Arbaz Mohammed. He's one of the go-to stakeholders for our Muslim community in our inland region. He's the founding president of Sahaba Initiative, a nonprofit he began at the age of 17 to provide low-income families with financial assistance, food and support network to overcome poverty in San Bernardino, the second largest and poorest county in the United States. In 2018, Sahaba Initiative was recognized as the 2018 California Nonprofit of the Year. Arbaz focuses on building innovative solutions across racial, religious, and socioeconomic divides to confront the challenges of poverty and disenfranchisement in the Inland Empire. Thank you, Arbaz.
Thank you, Councilman Ortiz, for having me. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for inviting me, allowing me to speak here, and share my few thoughts all around the idea of hate and how it impacts the community. Alongside my work with Sahaba Initiative, I serve on the board of the Shura Council of Southern California. And the board of the Shura Council is the umbrella organization of all the mosques and Muslim organizations, and we probably represent around 1 million Muslims in Southern California. The last time the count was done about how many Muslims were in Southern California, it was around 500,000 about 15 years ago. And there were many Muslims when we looked back and reviewed the study, and many Muslims were still left out of the study. We're an extremely diverse community, and when I mean diverse, according to a study done by ISPU, we're the most diverse faith community in the United States. Our community ranges from African American to Chinese to people from the Middle East. So we have a very broad set of people within the community. So when we speak about hate crime, our communities are constantly being attacked in different ways, and it would be a disservice to primarily say that the Muslim community is just being attacked in one way. So I'd like to just point out that one aspect, because a lot of times when we speak about hate against the Muslim community, it's very much pointed at one direction, and there's so many different facets and aspects to it. And a lot of times when people think about hate towards Muslims, there's a very stereotypical image that pops into their mind. A few key facts about the Muslim community. American Muslims believe that jobs and economy are the most important issue facing our country, followed by civil rights and education. American Muslims who attend a mosque are more frequently more civically engaged. In a study that was done roughly 2 in 5 American Muslims families report that their children were bullied in the last year because of their faith more than any other faith. These are some key aspects of the Muslim community as a whole, but I do want to share my personal experience at the community level. And I understand we had many panelists who shared a lot of great data, a lot of great ideas and policies about what things should be changed. And what I'm really going to share now is really a small part of a larger puzzle, but I do still think it's important, and it's primarily the work that I'm working with right now. As I mentioned earlier, as Councilman Ortiz mentioned earlier, we started this organization called Sahaba Initiative about 10 years ago. And a few reasons, we started this organization. One major reason is because, we ourselves have been impacted by hate crime and hate violence within the Muslim against the Muslim community, and then a lot of rhetoric that was taking place against Muslims post 9/11. A lot of people in the Muslim community were attacked, villainized, and growing up as a Muslim in America and the United States, a part of me was looking for an authentic way of engaging the larger community. So we felt at that time the biggest and one of the most important ways to engage the community was to provide social services and again get involved at the community level. And through this process, we were able to engage many different groups of people. And one of the interesting aspects, like I mentioned earlier, about the Muslim community is it's very diverse. So our volunteers range from people that were in extremist groups, whether it was racial extremist groups or other things. We had people that were part of our volunteers that were former Nazi lowriders, people that were former Crips, former Bloods, part of different gangs, and we found ourselves sort of in this middle space of people who had experience and have left a certain lifestyle. So one of the approaches that we've consistently taken as an organization is at the community level, how can we reconcile these groups and educate groups of people so they can, first of all, stay away from attacking one another and going off on one another and creating more tension. And it's a very powerful approach when you have someone who was a former skinhead or former Nazi lowrider say that they're now part of the Muslim community and going back to their community. So we've engaged in many sort of restorative justice conversations like this. And it is literally, it is one small piece of the pie, and it's not something for the entire community to engagement. We still need to go after policy and the hate speech that we see on social media platforms. But at the community level, we've sort of adopted this approach because we recognize the impact of it in bringing people together. And it is a big part of the Muslim perspective. When we think about what Muslims historically have believed, we've been people that believe in reconciliation and changing people's hearts at the community level. And many of these groups are from marginalized communities, and there must be an approach at the community level on how to address some of these issues. With that said, that has been a big part of Sahab Initiative's mission. We do a lot of work when it comes to reducing gun violence in San Bernardino, when it comes to reconciling gangs and different groups like this. And we've seen it's been effective, and I don't think we have the large impact when it comes to numbers, but we do see people within our community that are constantly changing and finding a new approach to their life. Obviously, this goes with the program. As we expand our social services, we find ourselves developing rehab programs and working through counseling groups. We offer NAAA support right now. We provide therapy. We have many people within the Muslim community that work in the prison system that are served as chaplains, and we constantly engage these stakeholders within our community to see what's best when working with a lot of the hate groups within the community level. And
Mr. Muhammad, really appreciate learning more about this. Unfortunately, we're at our time. Do you have any concluding remarks you'd like to say? And then if you can stand by, because we're going into a question and answer session.
Definitely. I just want to thank you all for having me share my thoughts from a Muslim perspective on what we have been involved at the San Bernardino city level when it comes to restorative justice and reconciliation.
Thank you very much. We now have a brief period, about 10 minutes, a little shorter than we had hoped for, but to ask some questions as council members of today's presenters, and hopefully the presenters will stay around for the afternoon session as well, or to log back in if they can't be here for the whole afternoon session at around 2 or 2:30, really, so that members of the public who are participating can also ask questions. But I'll kick it over to my colleagues on the council to ask any questions of the presenters from this morning. Does anyone want to start us off? Okay, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Iglesias.
Well, first of all, thank you all very much. This has been very moving and powerful. I have many questions, but sticking to the topic of what I understand the morning session to be, which is what's happening and what's going on. two things. One is the issue about what the violence against whites is. I would be interested to find out what that's about, because I'm a little unclear about that is. And then the second thing is the I would be interested to actually all the panelists to know if they have, but or maybe Professor Grisham for the most part. Do we know whether or not the people who are actually doing these actions are members of these hate groups themselves? Are they inspired by the hate groups, or are they so-called lone wolf, you know, people that are just kind of like just doing it on their own? Because I'm just trying to get a sense of the bigger picture as far as to the degree what we know and what we don't know about the participation and the role the hate groups play directly and then sort of as sort of fomenters.
I think Professor Grisham, that probably was directed at you in addition to the first question about the statistics involving hate against white members of white groups.
So I'll start. I'll just take them in the order in which you asked, and thank you for the questions. So the anti-white group, anti-white hate crimes. Obviously, one of the things I do want to highlight, which one of the panelists, Mr. Bridges, suggested, is we also have to put in the context with all this data of what percentage of the population where these actually attacks are occurring. So obviously, even though they've increased, the reality is as a portion of the overall population, it's still minimal, it's still minor compared to African Americans or Jews in particular. But in most of the data that has been collected by a variety of researchers that look at what is the motivation behind people, Caucasian people who report an anti-white hate crime, most of the data, at least that's being presented in journals and stuff right now on this issue, and it's still relatively still being kind of uncovered in the data, is traditionally it's a individual who's living close to a community that may be necessarily a community either in transition or a community that is not necessarily white. And often the individual accounts have something to do with that, of that they have been either harassed or attacked or whatever the case. And often more than not, the claim has been, at least the data I've seen, is that they've been attacked by African-American individuals who may live from those areas. And so the way that it is reported, obviously, is different in nature than the reports often we see of individuals from the African-American and Jewish community, in particular LGBTQ community, who are reporting these incidences as well. So it is an area that realistically has not been really studied that much. Generally, we have focused on other populations, but it is something that I know there are researchers now who just published actually the last couple months looking at sort of the geographic context, and does geography and the changing human landscape influence whether somebody reports a crime, and along those lines. I hope that sort of answers it. It's a little more complex. And on the hate group side, it's very simple in the sense that most of the individuals who commit these acts are not actually members of organized hate groups. Often they are inspired. We've seen a lot more of that, as you know, amongst all violent extremism, but particularly here in the United States and in California, of groups that can go online and so find sort of a calling to take out these actions. There is obviously some that are sort of lone wolves that take out, but you know, the issue I have with, and this is just my own personal opinion as an analyst, with the lone wolf argument is there are lone wolves and there's a call to have lone wolves, but they're still being inspired by something. So I think it's also hard to sort of parse those out into separate categories. But yeah, a lot of the actual organization is not sort of these organized members going to do things. And in fact, that's been some of the shifts actually amongst these hate groups. I should speak to the point real quickly that was brought up about here in the Inland Empire where we're housed, is in fact the Anti-Defamation League and their studies, our colleague Warren Siegel and his staff at the Center on Extremism have actually found that there's a large growing group of white supremacist propaganda being broadcast into the Inland Empire and Southern California, which is sort of alluded to some of the attacks and other things that the other panelists suggested earlier. So this has become sort of a normal thing. It's not unusual, but yeah, a lot of it is people who are inspired and sort of want to be a tag along to those groups, but not necessarily our actual, full-fledged members going out and taking out these attacks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes, I'd like to thank all the panelists. This question is directed to Professor Grisham. There's a trend line that seems to be plateauing with regard to the Latino community, but it seems as if, as discussed by our other panelist, Luz Gallegos, there's an increased fear. So the plateauing or decreasing of hate crimes or hate violence being reported by the Latino community could just be a reflection of a chilling effect. Is that correct?
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, obviously, we know that as anti-immigrant rhetoric has increased, there have been people who have done studies and looked at whether Latinos, Hispanics are actually reporting those crimes. Actually, there might be a correlation there very clearly that people are just fearful of their interaction with law enforcement and therefore may not be reporting it. And of course, as we know, the FBI itself actually as recently as 2017 says that there's underreporting. So you can imagine within those population, there's obviously that issue possibly as well.
Professor Grisham, I have a follow-up for you, and it again relates to Ms. Gallegos' powerful testimony, and that's on the topic of hate violence targeted at associational hate violence, if you will, targeted at the advocates for these organizations. Is that data tracked, and has there been a trend in that respect?
I don't know myself. I'd have to check into it with Professor Levin. I would imagine that is something that people are looking more at. Obviously, at our center, obviously we're not advocates, but we're targeted obviously because we're sort of telling the truth about what's going on. And we do know that our colleagues, some of which are here today, obviously are targeted routinely as well. As far as I know, I don't think it's being tracked right now, but it is something that absolutely needs to be tracked because the problem is that if advocates and individuals who are studying this information and trying to actually create a better world are being targeted routinely, it has a chilling effect of people wanting to do this work. And I'll just give you a really good example. I work with a team of 10 students at our university who are the ones who help collect our data. And one of the first things I have is a conversation with them about whether or not they really want to do this. Because it can potentially have an impact on your life if your name gets out there. And the thing I will say about this new generation is they want to be out there. They want to be advocates and to have the truth. And to that, I always tell them that I'm I feel honored to actually be among them, even though I'm their mentor in that context.
Councilmember Brodsky.
I have a question. I think it's probably for you, Professor Grisham, as well. And thanks to everyone so much for being here. This has been a really important conversation that's happened this morning already. But my question for you has to do with the definition of hate violence and how these crimes, how it's determined that a criminal offense is hate violence. How does it end up in your database? Who makes that decision? Is there one common definition? If you could speak to that.
Of course, it's a very important question. It's one that we're asked routinely. So obviously the definition for hate crime is listed in the FBI data. When we pull that data, it is straight from how they define it. That's true for policing agencies as well, is that different local jurisdictions, obviously varied by state, will have different definitions. And so that in itself may sometimes slightly distort the information, but realistically it still gets so. I would tend to think that sometimes, that because of the way things are written in certain states, there might be a possibility of that underreporting is there as part of that too, because there's just categories of individuals that are not being, that their crime, let's say assault to them is considered a criminal assault and not a context of hate crime. And so what we try to do is try to parse that data as best as possible. We do, of course, report in our annual reports what the definitions and link to basically how those states, how those jurisdictions actually do define it. But we do need to take that into context that there is definitely that local police and FBI sort of, those will have their own individual definitions, and they are very wide throughout the United States.
Is there some compilation where we could go and see what the various definitions are used for hate violence?
Yeah, we do have some of that data. And in fact, we're actually now updating it because as you all know, the state of Georgia just, of course, changed recently their definition concerning hate crime. So we're in the process of updating all of that information. It'll be available on the center's website so that anybody, council members or the public, could go on and actually see, you know, what are those definitions as that jurisdiction, so they can kind of look at that. It's what we obviously refer to in academia as operationalization of terms, and so it's really vitally important.
Thank you.
Ms. Gallegos, did you have a follow-up comment you wanted to make?
No, yes, I'm glad that Ms. Broadsley brought that up about reporting, how to gather data. Just working in the grassroots, there's so much fear that even when there's situations with community members and we encourage them to report any type of situation, there's fear. There's no trust with government. So what we know ourselves, we call it community data, because we're collecting this data ourselves. I think it's important for the collaboration with community grassroots organizations like us that work actually on the trenches, living this fear, living this trauma with community, so we could get better statistics as far as what's really impacting community, because there's a definitely distrust between government and immigrant community. There's always been, and these last 4 years have made it even worse. So I truly believe that, you know, the numbers are short to what we're seeing on the ground, and also it's even someone like myself that are privileged, that have a immigration status, that have a job, and you know that is able, that's outspoken. You know, it's difficult. It's difficult because when we're reporting crimes and it's not, you know, it's an isolated situation. So at the same time, in our heart, in our mind, we know it's not an isolated situation. We know we're targeted.
Thank you. Well, we've reached our time. Is there anyone that has a burning final question or comment that cannot await our afternoon session to continue the discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will take our break and we will pick back up. We hope our presenters today can stick around or log back in at around 2:30 when the discussion will continue involving this morning's session, and members of the public will have an opportunity to ask questions directly as well. We hope you'll stick around, everyone else as well, for our afternoon session. We'll pick back up at 1 o'clock. Whereas this morning has been focusing obviously on trends and causes and affected communities, our afternoon will be focused on hopefully solutions, efforts to reduce these bias motivated violence, and so we hope you'll stick around for that. Again, we'll pick back up at 1 o'clock, and let's all enjoy our lunch break and arrive back a little before 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
are ready to begin.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. I hope you had a nice lunch break. We're going to pick up with our afternoon session. And as I mentioned at the conclusion of the morning session, our afternoon is going to pivot and focus on how we can reduce the impact of these trends and mitigation efforts that focus on where law, policy, or other responses could be developed. First, we'll hear from 7 witnesses again with a variety of expertise and experience. That will be followed by another session where council members can ask questions of our speakers. And then finally, we will have a public comment period at the end where participants can ask questions of the speakers or provide comments to the council members as well. So again, as a reminder, we hope those who were not able to squeeze into the agenda in our formal sense do provide their comments either during the comment period or through later written testimony or rulemakings that the council engage in. For those who are participating, as a reminder, you can, while your video is off and you're muted during the presentations, you can participate during the latter session either by raising your hand in the Zoom function or by utilizing the chat box or emailing the council. So without further ado, we're going to get going with our afternoon session. And to kick things off will be Brandon Butler. Mr. Butler is the Assistant Deputy Director of Education and Outreach for the DFEH. Prior to joining DFEH, he was a senior attorney of the Fair Housing Center of Legal Aid Society of San Diego, where for 9 years he was instrumental in creating the first Fair Housing Services Program, LASSD, that provides education, outreach, testing, and enforcement of fair housing laws. Brandon has also led numerous broad-based fair housing education campaigns, as well as specific campaigns addressing discrimination against persons with mental health disabilities and source of income discrimination. Brandon is a native Californian and graduated cum laude from Thomas Jefferson School of Law and received his BA graduating magna cum laude from Cal State Chico. So I'll turn it over to you. Thanks for being with us, Brandon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chaya. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon and an honor to be here on such an important subject. And I thank the council and all of the folks at DFEH for coming together for this. In my brief time with you today in presenting, I'm going to do the power of share screen in Zoom here. And I wanted to just go over a couple of items to kind of introduce a few points of DFEH, as well as discuss a little bit about some of our statistics that we've had around hate violence in California. Now, as everyone knows here today, hopefully, you know that we are California's civil rights agency, and that's something that I'm very proud to be a part of because it is such a vital component based on all the testimony we've heard today. And, you know, our mission at DFEH, while we are talking about our you know, so much around hate violence and our mission there, you know, our mission is really to protect all of California from unlawful discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, hate violence, as I've mentioned, and human trafficking. And while you know, I'm the Assistant Deputy Director of Outreach and Education, and I do a great deal of public outreach, DFEH, you know, primarily is investigating discrimination complaints. We're facilitating mediation and the resolution of cases. And we go to court to prosecute violations in civil court, which is an important component of our work in California. Now, you know, I'm just going to cover broadly some of the civil rights that are enforced by DFEH here in California. And, you know, first, primarily what many folks may know us for is our jurisdiction around the Fair Employment and Housing Act, which covers discrimination in employment context as well as in housing context. And you see below, we mentioned the Ralph Civil Rights Act at Civil Code 51.7. And many times a Ralph Act violation will touch on discrimination in other forms of our jurisdiction, such as in housing. Importantly, we cover the Unruh Civil Rights Act, which protects individuals from discrimination and harassment at businesses. This is a critical component of our work, and it also incorporates the ADA as well. And we have the Disabled Persons Act that we also enforce, giving individuals with disabilities and medical conditions the same right as the general public to full and free use of all public places. And many folks may not be aware, but DFEH, plays an important role with regard to human trafficking. We have jurisdiction under Civil Code 52.5, which protects individuals against the deprivation or violation of their personal liberty by a person seeking to obtain forced labor or services, including sex trafficking. So we play an important part in helping the survivors of human trafficking and labor trafficking on the civil side. And we also have jurisdiction under Government Code 11135 that protects individuals from discrimination by recipients of state funding or state financial assistance. So quick run through, but just to kind of open the door to all of the jurisdiction that DFH has that are attendant to our jurisdiction around hate violence. Now, to bring the conversation importantly to the Ralph Act and hate violence in California, I'm able to share with you some of the data that's contained in our annual report from 2018. New data will be coming, but as a starting place, to look at, the DFEH received a total of 20,822 complaints in 2018. And of those complaints, 88 were Ralph Civil Rights Act complaints. So to give some context, and of those 88, I wanted to break down, what was the basis, what was the protected characteristic at issue with the Ralph Act violation, and in 2018. 60 of those 60 bases were filed. Now, there can be multiple bases with regard to one complaint. One complaint could allege gender discrimination and race discrimination, but you can see, and I'll show you this pie chart to give you a little more context, that 54% were based on gender, but importantly, we see 16% or 14% based on race. And again, when we relate to the conversation we're having on hate violence and things we've been seeing in our community, these trends continue. Now, just to close out, DFH does have a complaint process for anyone who's been who's had their civil rights violated, and that complaint process involves an intake. It involves conciliation, and when we find cause, it's importantly to know that if the case is not resolved, we will file a lawsuit in civil court. And the remedies are kind of the whole cornucopia of remedies that are available in litigation, including your emotional distress, your actual damages, punitive damages, which is important to mention with the Ralph Act, as well as civil penalties, which are part of the Ralph Civil Rights Act. So we have our kind of remedies portion. I wanted just to briefly mention in closing that at DFH we have the power under our director Kevin Kish to do a director's complaint for systemic type class action type complaints where there's discriminatory practice, and this is also an important tool to be used in combating hate violence. And with that, I just want to close and let folks know that we do have available resources on hate violence and the Ralph Civil Rights Act, as well as hate violence during the pandemic that have been created, which are on our website, and they're available in a total of 17 different languages. And with that, it was a pleasure to be here during this time and this short period, and I look forward to the testimony of my colleagues and fellow witnesses. Thank you, and I will sign off.
Shai, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. The latest victim of the mute issue. So thanks so much, Brandon. We'll now hear from Angela O, who is a nationally recognized expert on race relations. She is currently a senior attorney mediator with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. She has extensive experience in nonprofit leadership, public service, and as a trial lawyer in private practice litigating civil rights cases. Angela served as the executive director of a nonprofit organization dedicated to peaceful resolution of conflict and was a founding member of the National Asian Pacific American Bar Association and recipient of its Daniel K. Inouye Trailblazer Award. Angela has been chairperson of Senator Barbara Boxer's Federal Judicial Nominations Committee, a member of the U.S. Magistrate Judge Selection Panel, and a member of the LA City Human Relations Commission, and on the advisory board of the President's Initiative on Race during the Clinton administration. So thank you so much, Ms. O, for being with us today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address everyone in today's meeting. I just would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of the council and the new leadership that has come into place at DFEH. Attention has now moved to a section of the government code. If you'll look at 12.931 at your leisure, you'll find that this is an agency that actually has authorization to engage when there are community conflicts, and we are to provide community conflict services. We've done so in a limited number of situations here in Southern California, and those are situations where people requested, as the statute requires, that the DFEH enter and provide support, usually to local leadership that is looking to have some through line revealed in a conflict situation that could lead to violence. So we think about violence prevention these days, and DFEH actually has a role. It is not an extensive role, but if you go to our website at dfeh.ca.gov and you look under the dispute resolution tab, you will see that there's a community conflict services tab, and you can request assistance there and ask for the agency to confer. Our biggest value is in actually providing advice and counsel to people who are actually known in the community where conflicts may arise, and our interest is conflict prevention at that stage. We're looking on the horizon and thinking in terms of things that we could do to support local communities across the state. And one of the things we are considering is providing a clearinghouse of resources and information that would be drawn from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. This is a clearinghouse or resource tool that could be updated annually and would be hopefully comprehensive across the state and have capacity to meet the needs of local communities that are seeking assistance, guidance, resources to support their local needs. In addition, we have the opportunity perhaps in the future, and it's something that's under discussion, to collaborate with other government entities or local governments or perhaps academia to look at an actual conflict that had a result, go back and use that as a case study and ask ourselves, how did this unfold? What could be done differently? What were the leadership skills that would have been useful? And it's an opportunity to connect the ever-changing current conditions to the way in which services and the law could be of help to our state. So this is an aspect of the DRD, the Dispute Resolution Division, that again is available, not widely used, part of our public education interests and in the work that Brian does is to let people know this is what you can realistically expect. This is the process. Here are the laws that you could look to for prevention of conflict or discrimination or harassment going forward. That's all I have to present. Thank you so much for the time and all good thoughts your way.
Thank you so much, Ms. Owen, and we hope you stick around for our conversation afterwards. Councilmember Brodsky, I'll turn it over to you to introduce our next speaker. You're the second victim of the afternoon mute or quick
How
reminder.
many of us will it take?
Right, exactly. Well, I've got two today, so I think I'm still the leader.
All right. I think this might be my second one too. Anyway, I'm here to introduce Manjusha Kulkarni, who is the, I'm just looking on the screen to see if yes, hello, if she's there. She's the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council, a coalition of over 40 community-based organizations that serves and represents the 1.5 million Asian Pacific Islanders in Los Angeles County. Ms. Kulkarni also serves as a lecturer in the Asian American Studies Department at UCLA, and her work has been featured in numerous publications, including the New York Times, PBS NewsHour, NBC, as well as several ethnic media outlets. She's been a regular contributor to Huffington Post as well. She began her career working at the Southern Poverty Law Center in her hometown of Montgomery, Alabama. Ms. Kulkarni received a Bachelor of Arts degree from Duke University and a JD from Boston University School of Law. In 2014, she received the White House Champions of Change Award for her dedication to improving healthcare access for Asian American communities. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Mandelbaum, Member Brodsky, and other members of the council for inviting me to speak today. And I want to just say it's an honor to be preceded by Angela O, who's really a champion and one of our key leaders in the AAPI movement. I just want to start off today by talking a little bit about the emergence of COVID-19 related hate against AAPI communities. As there was no data that was shared in the morning session, I thought I would take a few minutes to offer a few examples that are emblematic of what we've been seeing over the past 6 months. The first example is of elderly parents taking a grandchild on a walk and in their neighborhood being accosted receiving racial epithets. The middle one is a refusal of service by a ride-sharing company before shelter in place, but we see these continuing even after. And then finally, the last example is of an actual hate crime, which is a middle school child in Los Angeles who was physically attacked and verbally assaulted on the schoolyard by a bully who accused him of carrying COVID-19 simply because he was Asian American. What is particularly problematic about that third incident is that it took place before there was a single confirmed case of the coronavirus here in Southern California. Because of the growing number of incidents, APCON with Chinese for Affirmative Action and San Francisco State University launched Stop AAPI Hate on March 19th. As trusted sources in the community, we began immediately to get several hundred incident reports. Additionally, we supplied our incident reporting form in multiple Asian languages that you'll see there, and did outreach to LAP and immigrant communities. As we began to get a number of incidents right away, we issued reports from early April through now, and I wanted to just quickly share some of that data. In 20 weeks, we found that 2,600 incident reports were made to Stop AAPI Hate. These were from 45 states in the District of Columbia. 60% take place here in California as well as in New York. And we find that women and seniors have been targeted, women especially at a rate 2.5 times that of men. So the lessons learned are that this is a widespread problem, and while it takes place in areas with significant populations of AAPIs, no particular place is immune. And again, we see that vulnerable populations are targeted. When we look at California data, we see that 72.6% of the incidents involve verbal harassment, 9% involve physical assault, and 7% involve civil rights violations. That is workplace discrimination, refusal of service, etc. And I want to say that individuals are allowed to check multiple boxes, so these are not mutually exclusive categories. Additionally, when we look at the ethnicity, individuals who are Chinese American have been particularly targeted, but we see that other Asian American communities have as well. And that when we look at businesses, when we look at the site of incidents, businesses have been the site of multiple or a significant percentage of those. Additionally, public streets, parks, as well as public transit. I just want to point out as well that there was a question earlier today about, whether these come from hate groups. And sadly, we know that a lot of the fanning of hate that we're seeing right now actually comes from our highest office, and these result in turn in a number of hate incidents and hate crimes across our country. I want to just end by talking about our four-pronged approach at Stop AAPI Hate. In addition to being a reporting center, we also provide resources as well as direct assistance two individuals who have experienced hate incidents and hate crimes, and just want to point out that vast majority are hate incidents and do not have underlying criminal actions. We also are undertaking advocacy at local, state, and national levels. And particularly as it relates to DFEH, we are seeking to provide assistance with the complaint process to individuals in California who experienced hate. We also have seen a number of trends and patterns as they relate to retail outlets, that is pharmacies, groceries, and big box retail. And so there's an opportunity for a director's complaint, we believe. Additionally, we would welcome an opportunity and have been in discussions with DFEH regarding trainings and community mediation, which Ms. O just spoke about, and then policy change as well. So I just want to end by saying that, we have lessons. We don't have to go back to the 1800s to know that hate violence against Asian Americans has been with us for much of America's history. And while we had only 3,000 fatalities on 9/11, we are now at the number of 200,000 in the United States, which means that hate against Asian American communities is likely to be with us for over a decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brodsky, I'll turn it back over to you. And now you're officially in the lead on mute.
It's unlike me not to talk too much. I am here to introduce Rebecca Fretz, who is the Deputy Attorney General in the Civil Rights Enforcement Section at the California Department of Justice, where she conducts large-scale civil investigations and engages in civil litigation and public education and outreach efforts related to immigrant rights, discrimination, and inequities in education, police practices, and hate crimes. She joined the California DOJ in 2014 after graduating from USC Gould School of Law. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you very much for inviting our office to be part of this event to discuss this important topic. I just want to say, first of all, the California Attorney General Javier Becerra and the California Department of Justice is committed to assisting our state and local partners in tackling hate violence throughout the state. The California Department of Justice has a number of tools and resources at its disposal to address hate violence throughout the state. One of the primary areas that our office works to do this is in the area of improving law enforcement practices and accurately identifying, responding to, and reporting incidents when there is a hate crime. As the state's chief law enforcement officer, the California Attorney General is authorized to direct local law enforcement agencies to report hate crime data to the California Department of Justice annually. This hate crime data is submitted monthly, and then we release an annual report with this data. The data includes information on the hate crime, the type of hate crime event, hate crime offense, bias type where the hate crime took place, and the number of hate crimes victims and suspects. As I mentioned, we do release on about July 1st of every year. We release an annual hate crime in California report, which is made available to the public on the Attorney General's website and also on the California Department of Justice's Open Justice web portal. The Open Justice website also has other crime statistics and data that is available to the public to be used for research and other types of matters. The California Department of Justice also has a hate crime rapid response team that is composed of law enforcement special agents and lawyers. The team acts as a supplemental resource to local, state, and federal enforcement agencies in the investigation and prosecution of hate crimes. This team ensures that local agencies have access to the full resources of the California Department of Justice, including our forensic services, intelligence specialists, profilers, criminal and civil rights attorneys, and support for victims. The Attorney General also can bring both criminal charges and civil actions under the Ralph Civil Rights Act against perpetrators of hate violence. We don't normally do so. Most prosecutions are handled by our local and state partners, local partners, but the Attorney General will bring a hate crimes case only if there's usually only if there's a conflict of interest with a local prosecuting agency, or a case is referred from a district attorney's office, or the case involves some type of cross-jurisdictional crime. The California Department of Justice also provides a number of resources for law enforcement agencies to help their accurate reporting of an identification of hate violence incidents that rise to a level of a hate crime. In 2020, earlier this year, the Attorney General issued an information bulletin to law enforcement agencies across the state of California to help ensure that they have the necessary information and tools to continue to respond to hate crimes activity during the COVID-19 crisis. This bulletin basically outlines all the state criminal laws that prohibit hate crimes and that provide enhanced penalties for hate crimes. It also gives a brief overview of the Ralph Civil Rights Act and the Bain Act. Our office has also worked with the Police Officer Standards and Training Commission, the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, to help update their hate crimes model policies for law enforcement agencies. And we work with them on a regular basis. Other efforts we've done to address hate crimes, we also routinely engage in review and analysis of new hate crime bills that are pending in the state legislature. And we also have a number of resources available. The Attorney General launched a new hate crimes website on his, he launched a webpage on his website that's dedicated to hate crimes. And we have a number of resources available to the public, to other stakeholders that are shareable on the website, including a hate crimes brochure in 14 different languages. Just gives information on how to identify and report hate crimes and services that are available to assist victims of hate crimes. We also have a new shareable graphics on our website with information on where to report hate crimes, and gives the definition of a hate crime and difference between a hate crime and a hate incident, steps that individuals can take if they are a victim. The Attorney General also was joined by leaders of the California Legislative Women's Caucus, California Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus, California Legislative Black Caucus, California Latino Legislative Caucus, and a number of other groups. They released a video in June 2020 that's available on YouTube. It's called "It Takes All of Us Working Together to Stand Up to Hate." It urges Californians to stand united against hate and report suspected hate crimes to their local law enforcement agencies. And lastly, the California Department of Justice has a victim services unit available to victims of hate crimes. To provide information to victims and also to direct them to local resources that can help assist them throughout the process, whether the criminal justice process. So with that, that's all I have for today. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks a lot for being with us. Councilmember Brodsky, I will turn it back over to you.
I did not forget to unmute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm particularly proud to introduce our next presenter, Diana Becton. She's the district attorney for Contra Costa County, which is the county in which I live, and I'm pleased to say that I voted for you when you were elected. She has spent most of her professional career as a judge, lawyer, and manager. In 2017, she was sworn in as the 25th district attorney for Contra Costa County, the first woman and the first African American since the office was established in 1850. Following her appointment from the Board of Supervisors, she was elected to that position in June of 2018. District Attorney Becton served for 22 years as a judge in Contra Costa County, where she was elected to be presiding judge. She's the past president of the National Association of Women Judges, the nation's leading voice for women in the judiciary, and also the past practice of the State Bar Council on access and fairness. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you here.
Thank you, Council Member Brodsky, for the introduction. And certainly, I also want to thank the Council for initiating this really important discussion regarding bias-motivated violence. I'm had a chance to listen in this morning. I think the speakers that we had this morning did an excellent job of focusing our attention on where these crimes are occurring and where we're seeing spikes within our community. And so as district attorney for Contra Costa County, community safety is my top priority. And I want to emphasize that community safety includes everyone in our community, no matter what that person's race or religion or sexuality might be, or their perceived social status. So when someone commits a crime that is motivated by certain actual or perceived characteristics of the victim, then those crimes are not just attacks on one person, but they are attacks on our communities. They are attacks against the people. A hate crime is defined in our penal code. It is a crime against a property or a group or a person that is motivated by the victim's real or perceived protected social group, and as defined in Penal Code Section 422.55. The list includes, and I'm not listing everything, but it could include disability, it could include gender, it could include race or ethnicity, as well as religion and sexual orientation. So within the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office, I established a hate crime filing protocol as well as a committee. So in this committee, we have a team of skilled attorneys, and we have a victim advocate as well to review and handle potential hate crimes in Contra Costa County. They review suspected hate crimes, also assist our office in evaluating filing decisions as appropriate. We also assist law enforcement agencies in Contra Costa County and also at other levels of government in investigating suspected hate crimes. And we collaborate with law enforcement agencies regarding media requests, especially because these cases are highly publicized investigations. I also mentioned that we too have a very active victim services unit, so that when we do have victims of crime, particularly hate crimes as well, that we are available and ready to assist victims of crime, assist them through what can be a traumatic and difficult time in their lives. I certainly appreciate, and I know that Deputy Attorney General Fretz just mentioned, but I think it is good to say that the California Attorney General's office has prepared some really good brochures and information available to educate the public on how to identify hate crimes and report hate crimes, and the services that are available to victims as well. And I like the fact that the brochure is available in 14 different languages. I will just conclude by saying my office also works closely with groups in our community who have an interest in hate crimes. We want them to know that our door is open to hear the concerns that affect the safety of everyone in our community. We are often contacted regarding court access to proceedings in our court. And this has really been an issue, especially during COVID-19, when access to our courthouse has been limited. And so when there are cases that are coming on calendar, we do assist by petitioning the court to provide live streaming so that the public can see and hear these important cases. Also, we will continue to review and analyze legislation involving potential hate crimes. This past year, we were very fortunate to work during that legislative cycle with Assemblywoman Rebecca Bauer-Cahan's office to promote legislation that could increase the penalties for hate crimes when warranted. So I will stop there and certainly be around later during the question and answer period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us, District Attorney. Before we move on to our next speaker, I do just want to note that we are seeing the questions that are streaming in for all the panelists, and there are some great ones. However, we need to plow through with our planned testimony, and then there will be an opportunity both for the council and for members of the public to ask questions of the presenters. So please keep that in mind, that we are seeing these questions and there are some great ones, and we will have an opportunity either for council members to read them or for you to personally ask them. So let's move right along to our next speaker, and I will turn it over to Councilmember Ortiz.
Great, thank you. I get the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker. He's with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. So Under Sheriff Dennis Ruman is a 35-year veteran of law enforcement. He was appointed to the rank of Under Sheriff of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department in December of 2019. Throughout his career, Dennis has gained extensive experience on both sides of labor relations, both as an employee association board member for over 2 decades, as well as a representative on behalf of city and county management. Dennis holds a bachelor's degree in liberal arts from Regents College and a master's degree in organizational leadership from Azusa Pacific University. He's a graduate of the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute, class of 187, the FBI National Academy, session 242, and the Senior Management Institute for Policing, class 61. Dennis has taught law enforcement related classes throughout the region and the state for the past 2 decades. He currently serves on the board of directors for the Safe Family Justice Centers of Riverside County. So I'll turn it over to Under Sheriff Ruman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thanks for having the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. On behalf of our elected Sheriff Chad Bianco, he's a large supporter of obviously your efforts, and he couldn't be here today, but I'd like to share a little bit about what we're doing here in law enforcement in Riverside County. For those that aren't familiar with Riverside County, we have a population of about 2.5 million people. Our law enforcement agency, we have about 1,800 deputies. Our primary focus is the unincorporated areas of the county, as well as 16 of the 28 cities that we provide contract law enforcement services for, frontline law enforcement. We also provide services to 10 tribal governments within the county, as well as providing security within our courts and obviously within our corrections division here within the county. So one of the things I'd like to kind of share with you a little bit about how we investigate hate crimes here within Riverside County, the relationships and the trust that we have with several organizations and communities, diverse communities throughout our county, and how this touches with some of the things with that was mentioned this morning, our homeless populations, and also our human trafficking task force that we have here within our county. So with the investigations of hate crimes, as was mentioned by Cal DOJ, we too work with California Post on hate crimes training and investigations, best practices. One of the things that didn't exist until Sheriff Bianco was elected just under 2 years ago and took office is we didn't have a comprehensive hate crimes policy. That has now been enacted. In fact, I submitted it as an exhibit prior to my testimony. It's also available on our website as well. But our policy really dictates down to the line level, and even our investigative staff, on best practices on obtaining information from those victims throughout the community that are reporting hate crimes within the county. And this comes from different sources, just they call us up, even from WeTip information, those type of things like that. We also established a hate crimes coordinator within our department and centralized that responsibility. Now that person and that team reports information not only to our internal, our Information Services Bureau, which reports hate crime statistics to California DOJ, like was mentioned, on a monthly and annual basis, but also reports things to our partners, specifically if we need to obtain other information, helpful information such as the Anti-Defamation League or other community partner groups that we collaborate with. Or also to, if it's something severe that has the parameters to kind of go outside the region, we also have liaison officers with the JTTF, which is the Joint Terrorism Task Force, and our federal and other state law enforcement partners. But that person is responsible for the coordination and reported of information. Just locally, as I look over some statistics over the last 10 years, generally we've reported anywhere from about a half dozen to several dozen hate crimes that have been reported to law enforcement, many of which are, as was mentioned by DA Becton, are submitted over to our local district attorney's office for primary prosecution, and they make a determination if it's if the facts and there's enough evidence to prosecute. So prosecutions do come within Riverside County with our elected DA, Mike Hestrin. In addition, just internally as well too, one of the things that we have migrated to, in fact, I went to an 8-hour class myself, but our entire executive command staff is, we received training through Cal State Long Beach on procedural justice and implicit bias. And this is something that we are educating our entire workforce on, just what the perceptions of obviously law enforcement and what goes on in society, and we think we can do a better job of offering that training. In fact, it's going to be mandated throughout our department. So this was something that has started within the last month. The end goals of this type of training, obviously, through California Post is, you know, the crisis intervention, de-escalation training, racial profiling, PTSD, and polytraumatic training. So we want to increase the trust with our communities so that they feel comfortable, obviously, to report any type of hate-based crime to law enforcement. It's not just our department, but this is comprehensive with all of our municipal law enforcement agencies in the county, the other 12 or so that we have. And we routinely collaborate and communicate with each and every one of those agencies, typically on a bi-weekly basis. One of the things is you can imagine is of utmost importance is dealing with our mental health crisis here in the county. And of course, that kind of feeds into our homeless population as well too. And they too can often obviously be victims of hate crime. So one of the things that we're doing is we're going in front of our board of supervisors, and we are going to basically allocate teams of mental health counselors with law enforcement, known as CBAT teams, community behavioral assessment teams, where we can respond proactively to those communities and those populations that might be underserved, that many things don't necessarily necessitate a law enforcement response exclusively, but something that where we can interface and prevent those type of hate crimes. As was mentioned earlier this morning, we also have a Riverside County Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. And one thing that Sheriff Bianco did is he expanded the team. We're a very large geographic county, goes almost from the Orange County line, the Orange County line, all the way out to the middle of the Colorado River. So it's kind of an east-west county, but we expanded it, doubled the size of the team to East End, which is the Coachella Valley, Palm Springs area within our county. So one of the things that we're doing, we're specifically addressing the exploitation of victims via force, fraud, or coercion throughout Eastern Riverside County. And each of our officers or deputies on the team are Spanish speaking. So that gives us the ability to communicate with them so they can adequately report those type of crimes to our agency. And we've teamed up with our local DPSS, the DA's office, United Way, and Operation Safe House in order to make it a comprehensive wraparound type of program. As was also mentioned in our Paris area this morning during the testimony, is we work collaboratively with TODEC out of our Paris station. And our sheriff, although he's been invited, we don't know if it's going to go with COVID or not, but their Youth Leadership Day, and that's something that we collaborate with them as well too. So these are all things that we are doing routinely and regularly in number one, accepting information that is hate crime related and interfacing with the community, so that way we can get accurate reporting statistics and the investigations that go along with it. So that concludes my my testimony, and I'll be available later this afternoon for any questions that may come up.
Thank you so much, Under Sheriff Berman. I'll turn it back to you, Councilmember Ortiz, to introduce our next speaker.
Fantastic. Well, in line with the testimony we just received, we do have the pleasure of getting testimony from the City of Riverside's very own police chief, Larry Gonzalez. He is a 27-year police department veteran. Again, current chief of the Riverside Police Department. He's directed and supervised the department's support services and civilian personnel, Records Bureau and Internal Affairs divisions. Chief Gonzalez has also worked as a watch commander, a SWAT commander, and the Neighborhood Policing Center East Area commander. He holds a BS in workforce education from Southern Illinois University and has attended the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. Chief Gonzalez, thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, honorable council members. It's my pleasure to come talk to you today. First of all, it's nice to have the undersheriff go before me because he talked about a lot of the things I was going to talk about. So maybe you'll catch up on your time now with my testimony. You know, for Riverside PD, we're the largest agency in the county. We're 400 sworn officers, and we are right next door to the sheriff's department. So we work collaboratively with them all the time, and it's a wonderful working relationship. I just did some brief stats for the last 5 years, and like under Sheriff Ruman said, we usually have anywhere from 8 to 10 hate crimes reported every year. I was glad to see that Rebecca from DOJ talked about the new reporting process, because we do have that that we're going through to get accurate statistics on hate crimes, and we've also installed that into our new records management system to make sure we have up-to-date information. You know, I thought it was important to bring up, like Dennis was talking about earlier, is the training that we give our officers. It really starts in the police academy with as you guys talked about post before the district attorney brought that up. Peace officer standards and training, and the learning domain number 42 is what covers culture, diversity, and discrimination, and they get that right off the bat in the academy. But from then, our agency we're big proponents of the principle policing, procedural justice, implicit bias training. We've sent our whole department through that. We're going to go around another round of that again. I've also reached out to a couple community members in our African-American community to come up with a different type of curriculum that I could push out, more of a coaching for police officers and instead of just a straight up curriculum. But if you guys have been to these type of classes before, they're outstanding. They're the best that we have in law enforcement, I think. I just think we can always make it a little bit better. For us at Riverside PD, we went through sweeping reform. About 22 years ago, we had a very controversial shooting, the Taisha Miller shooting, which landed us into a consent decree, a 5-year stipulated agreement with the state attorney general's office, and really turned our agency upside down, but ultimately made us a much better, stronger agency. And we've always tried to stay on the forefront and with the cutting edge training when it comes to hate crimes and race relations and things like that. Some of the other things that we do is you guys might have heard the Museum of Tolerance in LA. Tools for Tolerance. We've sent all of our officers to that, and we're going to continue to send them through another session. We were supposed to go this year, but due to COVID, that didn't happen. And then we also have continuing training for perishable skills that we send all of our officers to. It's 40 hours a month that we run this class, and we always have different type of subjects that are current that need to be addressed. And one of the things you guys might have heard is RIPA, the Racial Identity Profiling Act, and basically traffic stop data. I think it was Professor Grisham earlier talking about data transparency. That's one way that we can move forward with stats is related to not just traffic stops, but pedestrian checks, search warrants, probation searches, things like that, where we're gathering all that data and keeping it current and up to date. I would say if we're talking about the most vulnerable population, I think in our city right now is the homeless population. We have a rather large shelter in our city, so a lot of the other surrounding agencies will bring folks here. And unfortunately, the last stats I had was up until 2019. So, I am going to start looking at what happened this year, because during this pandemic, the hate violence, and I'm not sure right off the top of my head, but I really want to take a deep dive into those stats to see what's going on. Us being the largest city and being the county seat, all the protests come to our city because they want to go to our city hall right down it. So we get to hear a lot of that hate speech and rhetoric, and yeah, it's First Amendment stuff they're going to say most of the time, but we're doing a deep dive into some of the stats and arrests that we have made to try to dissect that a little bit more. For us too, community engagement is huge. We have to, I have a Chiefs Advisory Committee where we meet once a month with all types of people from all over the city. And it was one of those ones I wanted to make sure when they signed up for it, this is not the monthly dog and pony show where we're going to show you the dogs one day and show you the helicopter the next. No, we want to talk about real issues, hash them out, and there's a lot of fireworks in those meetings sometimes, but it's good. It's going to get to common ground, and you get to hear a perspective that we normally don't get to hear. And that's important for me as the chief, is if I'm around cops all day, I'm only hearing one perspective. It's very important for me to get that perspective from our community and figure out which direction we're going to go as an agency and as a community. And just to wrap it all up, one of the other things dealing with the homeless situation is we have a team called the Public Safety Engagement Team, and it's been very successful. It deals with our homeless population and everybody that's experiencing homelessness within our city. One of the things that I did is, I don't want to say I defunded myself, but I reallocated monies from my department to give up a couple police officer positions to put more mental health workers on those teams. My only condition was, please let them stay on that. I want them to be on that team with us, because it'll assist us greatly. And of course, the council was very, very happy with that and pleased, and we're in the infancy stages of putting that team together with additional personnel that's non-sworn officers. So with that, I'll yield if I had any time left, so you guys can catch up, but thank you for having me, and I'll be around the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much for being with us, Chief. I'll turn it back to you, Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker. Sharon Sinar is Professor of Law and the John A. Wilson Faculty Scholar at Stanford Law School. Her scholarship focuses on the legal treatment of political violence, the procedural dimensions of civil rights litigation, and the role of institutions protecting individual rights and democratic values in the national security context. She has published in the California Law Review, Georgetown Law Review, Law Journal, Harvard Law Review, Michigan Law Review, Stanford Law Review, and other scholarly journals. So I'll turn it over to Professor Sinar.
Thank you so much for inviting me to testify today. Although I've been teaching now at Stanford for about a decade, I began my career as a civil rights lawyer with the Asian Law Caucus and the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. So these issues are very real to me from the experience that I was involved in with communities and clients at that time. Today's testimony grows out of research I've been conducting at Stanford Law School alongside a team of students and the Brennan Center for Justice. And we aim to assess the prevailing criminal law response to hate crimes and consider alternative approaches. So we'll be publishing a report later this year on our analysis, but my remarks today draw on that research, although they represent my own perspective. Much of the response to hate crimes over several decades has focused on passing and enforcing laws that create hate crimes charges or sentence enhancements. For instance, in California, the application of a hate crime sentence enhancement can add 4 additional years to a felony prison sentence. But the enforcement of hate crimes laws, particularly sentence enhancements, also raises some concerns that are frequently not discussed. For example, it's unclear whether lengthening sentences actually deters further hate crimes. Studies in other criminal law contexts cast doubt on whether extending already lengthy prison sentences has a significant effect in deterrence. Another concern is that people of color may end up facing a disproportionate share of hate crimes enhancements. There's little direct research on that question, but in some jurisdictions, including Los Angeles, a substantial number of individuals of color are identified as suspects in hate crimes reports. Whether these numbers reflect biases in the criminal legal system or the existence of interracial conflicts between marginalized communities, the implication is concerning. Hate crimes laws were intended to address bias against subordinated groups, not to extend incarceration in communities that already face mass incarceration. Research on hate crimes law is still far too limited to draw general conclusions on effectiveness. Yet the questions ought to continue to be explored and also warrant consideration of other potential approaches outside the prevailing criminal legal response. And this is particularly true as many communities are especially concerned now about policing and mass incarceration. So I'll touch on just a couple of potential additional or alternative responses. And again, I won't be able to provide much detail, but I hope that you'll look at both my written testimony prepared for today, as well as our upcoming report for more detail. So one example would be that jurisdictions could create programs and reform programs focused on mitigating the harm to victims and communities through expanding social services. And I'll give just one specific example of that. So states could reform their existing victims' compensation programs to better support victims in targeted communities. While all states, including California, have victims' compensation programs, and California's program includes hate crimes among them, these programs often fail to cover the full scope of harm from hate crimes or protect community members that might suffer indirect harms from a hate crime. In addition, requirements that victims report crimes to law enforcement and cooperate with prosecution mean that the nearly half of hate crimes victims who don't report incidents to the police can't get relief from those programs. So reforms to those programs would be one example of expanded support for victims and targeted communities. A second set of alternative responses fall under the general rubric of restorative justice, which is an umbrella concept for processes bringing together people directly harmed by an offense in order to repair the harm. Some of these processes exist outside the criminal system, as in schools, while others seek to divert cases from conventional criminal legal processes at various stages. And the approach is both to restore victims' sense of safety, hold perpetrators accountable, but do so while reducing the role of incarceration as a punishment. To give one example, and I know that I'm short on time, but if I can take 10 more seconds, the Restorative Justice Program in Washington, D.C. recently addressed the case of a 16-year-old who participated in an attack on a transgender woman on public transportation. After significantly preparing all the parties in the case, trained facilitators convened a meeting between the victim and the 16-year-old offender. And after a prolonged discussion of her experiences of harm, the victim's experience, and the offender's circumstances, they ultimately agreed on a set of measures that he could take to repair the harm. And charges would be dropped when he fulfilled those engagements. So the victor came out of the encounter feeling empowered. The youth benefited from a second chance. These programs do raise some significant questions that require further research and exploration. My statement points to some of those questions and concerns. We hope that our report will continue to, or will be a step in assessing these programs. But the bottom line for me is that hate crimes policy should begin by recognizing that carceral reproaches, including sentence enhancements, are not the sole or even best mechanism for addressing the hate crimes problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Councilmember Ortiz, I will turn it back to you to introduce our final presentation of the afternoon, and then we will have some discussion periods.
Thank you. I get the distinct pleasure of introducing Robin S. Thoma. He's the Executive Director of the Los Angeles County Human Relations Commission. In 2001, he was invited to be a member of the U.S. delegation to the 2001 UN World Conference Against Racism, held in South Africa, Japanese American Leadership Delegation to Japan, 2003, and the Climate of Trust Delegation to Russia in 2005. Previously, he served as staff attorney with the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California, promoting human rights and building multi-ethnic coalitions to bring about institutional change. This included acting as lead attorney in a class action lawsuit on behalf of Japanese Latin Americans, which lead to redress and an apology from the president for being forcibly brought to and imprisoned in the United States and used as prisoner exchange with Japan during World War II. Mr. Thoma received his bachelor's degree in sociology and economics at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and his master's degree in urban planning and his Juris Doctorate from UCLA. Mr. Thoma?
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz, and thank you, Chair Mandelbaum, for the opportunity to present to all of you today. So first I wanted to thank you for the introduction, but also to point out that our Commission on Human Relations has been tackling the issue of hate and hate crime and hate violence for many years. We have an annual report on hate crime that we've been doing for 40 years, in which we've collected the hate crime reports from the dozens of police departments, as well as the sheriff's department and related police agencies based in universities and colleges in LA County, and have been analyzing that with a unique lens that also looks at white supremacist involvement, gang involvement, as well as anti-immigrant attitudes and remarks. But in addition to that, we've put together a network against hate crime that's been county-wide for about 35 years, where we bring together law enforcement agencies, along with civil rights organizations, school agencies, housing agencies, the courts, and many other community partners. And that's a vehicle for us to collaborate and educate and motivate and energize our work against hate crime. We also have a youth leadership development initiative that's been critical in addressing that. I know this is the solutions portion of our panel, so I wanted to share some of these things that we think are critical, along with LA County has just taken a step towards not only making LA County government a model for equity, but in particular, we've adopted an anti-racist policy agenda that we're developing along with key other, the CEO's office and others, to really integrate equity in the operations and the values and the goals of every single department in our county. In particular, I wanted to talk to you today about something that is unique, and you can see behind me evidence of it, which is LA versus hate. You know, we talked about, and you've seen earlier in the day, the fact that hate crimes have been declining as an overall trend in the state and also in our county. But then something started happening in the past several years. We started to see a change, an upward trend, and that's been continuing. And that's the part that we recognize something is happening here. We cannot continue to do what we've been doing. We have to do something different. So one of the things we looked at was, what are some of the things that are happening? Well, even though we have more hate crimes being reported, we also know that underreporting of hate crime continues. We also know that that even beyond the hate crimes, there are many acts of hate that involve bias-motivated hostility, which are happening throughout our county, throughout our state, throughout the nation. So we decided to launch something completely different, and I'm going to share my screen with you right now to tell you what that is. It's something that was started out being the Anti-Hate Initiative, and let's see, I'm not sure, is it sharing yet? Yes, so do folks see it now?
I don't think we see it on our, there we go, perfect.
It says LA versus hate, right? So this is our community-based campaign to really energize the county to not only unite against hate, but to change the culture of how you respond to acts of hate that happen to us or others that we know about. I would just ask the question of many of you, you probably have heard somebody tell you about an act of hate that may not have been a hate crime, but maybe somebody was yelling at them epithets to go home where they're from, to go back to where they came from, or just expressing anger and hostility based on their race, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, any of these things, right? And yet, I will venture to guess that almost none of those were reported to any official agency. So we recognize that something has to be done, that we really need to be able to capture these, and because they're just as damaging to what happens to people in our communities and their sense of belonging, their sense of safety. This campaign has 3 distinct strategies. The first one is that we have to send a message to unite our community, as I've mentioned. And we have to change the culture so that people will recognize this is something they need to share and report. But we had to create a mechanism to do that because obviously law enforcement is looking to capture hate crimes, but not these acts of hate that can be just as damaging to people. So we created partnering with 211 LA, a system where anyone could call 24/7 and report to them. And they would take down information and provide immediate assistance utilizing our partners in the mental health departments, in the community mental health agencies, advocacy groups, law enforcement, including DFEH and other legal aid organizations who can help them in responding to a specific act of hate, in protecting their rights and addressing where it came from. So that's the 211 LA part of it, and that's a way for us to create a permanent system of receiving acts of hate. The third part, and this is so critical, we know that many of these situations have to be addressed in beyond just helping the victim, making sure that they get counseling or whatever they need. We needed to know that we can address where it comes from and to make it less likely that it's going to happen to somebody else. So we have expanded our network of community partners, community-based organizations, who are part of now a rapid response network. And that coalition of groups helps to work directly with individuals at a much higher level of involvement to advocate for them, to support them, and to address where it's coming from. So an example would be a case of bullying that happened at a school. We would not only help that person understand what services they have available, we're going to talk about what happened, what's the school doing about it, what's the school district doing about it, and help them to let the school district know that there are things that they ought to be doing if they're not doing to make it less likely that it doesn't happen to somebody else. That takes sometimes quite a bit of involvement, and that's where we have expanded this group of partners who can do that, who can actually engage not just them, but even the wider community who have a desire to do something about what they're seeing, to engage and support these acts of advocacy and change. Let me share with you a couple of cases really briefly. So you can see that these are a couple of cases that came in through 211 LA. So on August 21st, in a store, a man came into the store mumbling to himself and then spoke directly to the cashier behind the counter, punched him, brought out a taser gun and tased him in the stomach and chest and said, "Effing Muslim, go back to your country, don't come back." On August 24th, our 211 call handlers received another report, this time at a senior center in the San Fernando Valley, who was there for an appointment to get food. And this is a Latino woman who was waiting outside the senior center when this man came to her and said, "Go back to your country, stupid B word," anti-gender epithet. He then hit her in the face with a closed fist and threw her phone on the floor. He picked up a rock and stated he would kill her. And of course, now she is fearful to go back to the center to even access the food that she needs. And I think that's an example of how damaging these cases are, that it's about people being not feeling safe to even access the desperately needed services that are out there and that they need to access. Let me take you back to our LA versus Hate campaign. What's unique about this campaign is that, number one, we are extending it beyond hate crimes, because we know that hate crimes are underreported. So we are picking up hate crimes, as you can see. We're also picking up other acts of hate that are bias-motivated hostility incidents. And I think the uniqueness of our campaign is that we had limited dollars, so we decided to, instead of doing traditional media that's very costly, like PSAs and billboards, we have begun with doing what's called a digital campaign through social media. And you can see what we've created as a diversity of messages that speak to different communities in different ways, because we all are part of a larger county, but we all belong to different cities, different sectors of the community, different subcultures. And this creates an opportunity for all of those things to be incorporated through local artists and local organizations.
Mr. Toma, we have to wrap up. Do you have any concluding remarks? And hopefully you can stick around for our council member and public comment discussion to follow.
Yes, of course. I would just say that this is an example, I think, of what local jurisdictions can do to really push back and engage communities and artists and activists in responding to hate crime and hate activity. And I think that in particular, the Department for Employment and Housing would be great to continue to work with them as we've done, but to really identify maybe some cases where we can highlight how businesses can step up and schools can step up and other institutions can step up to not just respond effectively to hate, but actually take steps to ensure that it's less likely to happen, to establish a message against hate, to deter people from believing they can come into those places and act out in a way that's going to be harmful. That's particularly true of our businesses. So that would be my recommendation. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are now at a portion of our hearing where council members can ask questions and engage with this afternoon's presenters or this morning's ones to the extent they're still around and willing to participate. And then at about 2:30, we will pivot to audience participation. And I know we have a number of questions that have come in via the chat, and we will both give those members of the audience that have submitted those the opportunity to present them directly, or in the alternative, if they don't come forward and do that, we can read some of those as well. But initially, let's start with members of the council. Are there any of my colleagues that want to kick off our afternoon discussion? Councilmember Iglesias? And reminders to take off mute, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for all the panelists. Really very helpful, very interesting. I'm wondering, in terms of the work of this council per se and DFEH, whether or not, well, there's been a lot of talk about underreporting, and it seemed to me the statistics that Brandon mentioned with regard to the Ralph Civil Rights Act indicate that, you know, certainly that's an example of underreporting. And Robin's group sounds like you're doing great work on boosting reporting. I'm just wondering if other panelists, and particularly Professor Sinar, if you have thoughts about how to increase reporting for civil rights violations, even if the remedies shouldn't necessarily be criminalized, but how to kind of get more reporting. Thank you.
Well, one thing comes to mind is the model that's been used in Portland by a coalition of some 80 community organizations called Portland United Against Hate. And that coalition is funded by the city of Portland and has a fairly innovative approach to reporting. Some of it may be similar to some of what's happening in LA, but it's essentially setting up a community-based mechanism for reporting that doesn't require reporting to law enforcement. So again, there may be parallels with some of the efforts we've just been hearing about, but you know, the idea is that a number of community organizations that are already trusted partners provide mechanisms for making those reports. And one of the, I think, quite interesting things about this approach is that not only do you generate information that you might not otherwise get to law enforcement, but that potentially that could be a source of those reports could be used for other purposes. So for instance, if you wanted to increase victims' compensation to people who have not reported through a formal law enforcement channel, that might provide another mechanisms by which you could verify that somebody has experienced or reported a hate crime.
Councilmember Brodsky.
Given the fact that the department and the council enforce and regulate civil statutes, the Ralph Act, I'm wondering in particular, just by analogy, if District Attorney Becton or Deputy AG Fretz knows of any cases that have been brought by either DA's offices or the DOJ under the Bain Act, which is similar, and whether there are any regulations or policies or guidance that's been put into place around the Bain Act, because that might be helpful as the council moves on with our business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the DA Becton speaking. I'm not aware of any that my office has initiated under the Bain Act, primarily with civil remedies. Our hate crime committee reports to me that we've had, since I formed our protocol in our committee in 2019, all of our cases have been filed criminally. So.
Councilmember Sandoval.
I thank all the panelists. It seems like several panelists from this morning and this afternoon talked about data that's being reported, and some of the data is inaccurate, dirty data that's been received and then acted upon or used as information to act upon that data. And I was hopeful that either the DA Becton, or the panelist, Rebecca Fritz from the AG's office, can speak what are some of the challenges with regard to the collection of this data.
I don't know if a Deputy Attorney General Fretz is there or not. The type of data that you're speaking of, could you clarify, please?
Sure. There was some mention by Deputy AG Rebecca Fretz that there was some guidance issued by Attorney General Javier Becerra, so that information gathered through incidents of hate violence could be properly reported because there were some inaccuracies with regard to the collection of said data. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that front.
Yeah, I'm not really in a position to speak to what she meant by that comment. We are collecting our data. So ever since I established the protocol, so since 2019, we are able to track the number of cases that have come into our office and been referred to us for investigation, those that we have filed, those we have not filed, so that we have those statistics available for Contra Costa County.
And just to clarify, DA Becton, is that the data that you collect, that you are asserting is based on hate violence? It's when the DA makes the decision after they receives the reports from law enforcement? Or tell me at what point is this particular act deemed to be hate violence for reporting purposes?
Well, whenever we receive a referral, so most of our work is done through receiving referrals from law enforcement. So when we receive a referral, that is documented in our system. Our protocol committee then evaluates whether or not we think we have sufficient information to even say a crime was committed, hate crime or otherwise. And so we are tracking those cases. Sometimes we're returning to agencies for additional information. Sometimes we are conducting additional investigation ourselves. And just because the case was referred to us as a hate crime, once we evaluate it, it doesn't mean that we're going to come to that conclusion legally, but we are documenting those cases.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'll add on to that. As far as reporting with our office, like I mentioned, we work with law enforcement agencies we are trying to increase accurate reporting by law enforcement agencies throughout the state. I think the tools and some resources, as we mentioned, like the law enforcement bulletin that lays out California state laws, is to help law enforcement officers to accurately identify and then report to our office when something is to the level of a hate crime. I think sometimes that's an area where some inaccuracies in reporting may take place, whether it rises to the level of a hate crime or not. So we are working, like I mentioned, we work with Post to also update the hate crimes model policies for law enforcement agencies. And we are working with law enforcement agencies to help them also facilitate their reporting to our office, the technical aspects to make sure that hate crime is reported accurately to our office, and then we can put out more accurate reports. So that's kind of where our office comes into that.
Rebecca, I don't know if you were on when I asked the question before District Attorney Becton, but has your office brought any Bain Act cases for civil remedies?
Yeah, we haven't. We actually have brought very few civil cases, hate crimes cases, because the DFEH handles a lot of those. Criminal cases, we have a couple we've worked with, but I am not aware of any under the Bain Act that we've brought. We have brought one in 2010 into the Ralph Act. That's the most recent one. And we were able to get the full civil penalties for the victims. But Bain Act, I am not aware that our office has really enforced that law.
Thanks.
Ms. Kulkarni, do you have something to add on this discussion?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just add the point that was made by Robin and myself, which is that the vast majority, I think, of incidents that we see in much of the state are actually hate incidents and hate rather than hate crimes. And so the singular focus on hate crimes, I think, takes away from what is now a climate of hate against many communities of color, and then also against individuals who are LGBTQ and individuals who identify as Jewish. And so I think it's really important that the council and DFEH put a great deal of focus on enforcement of the civil statutes and also work, I think, getting back to Council Member Iglesias's question, which is working with trusted sources. We know that for Stop AAPI Hate, our numbers are actually much higher than many of the local numbers that are collected. And then also, to my knowledge, there's no one collecting state numbers or national numbers at all regarding Asian American hate. So I think all of these components are important. And I do also want to mention the fact that, it may have been brought to your attention earlier, the state auditor's report in 2017 found that there are a number of problems related to local law enforcement identifying incidents as hate crimes, reporting those incidents to the AG's office. And so when you focus again only on the criminal element, you are going to miss so much of what is happening today and creating a climate of fear for so many Californians.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions just focusing on kind of, this is cuts across a lot of different areas, from cultural to political to legal. Obviously, the council in particular's slice of that we have authority to is focused primarily on rulemaking, and in this case, the Ralph Civil Rights Act, but also on recommendations to the governor or legislature. And I'd be curious to hear, we talked about a few, but kind of along those lines, what if any kind of legal or policy reforms need to be made? And I'll kind of start that discussion with Professor Sinar. You had mentioned reforms to the victim compensation program. Do you have particular types of reforms in mind, and would that be something that's handled at a local policy level, or does that require legal changes?
Right. Well, the state victims compensation program is a statewide policy, so I imagine that those changes would have to be made at the statewide level. But looking at the particular, so the California program does cover hate crimes as a qualifying offense, but there are further restrictions on eligibility in terms of who can gain access to that relief and exactly what kinds of harms are compensated, in addition to the requirements that in general you report crimes to law enforcement to be able to get relief. And those are the sorts of changes that if California looked at, either with a specific focus on hate crimes or a larger focus on change, although of course financial considerations may mean that you may not be able to make the changes systemically or with regard to all kinds of crimes, but at least with respect to hate crimes, given their singular importance, you could potentially consider loosening those eligibility requirements to make those financial compensation and relief for things like mental health support more available for victims.
Thank you. Along those lines, or really actually more, I guess, on the enforcement end, I'd be curious to hear from the law enforcement presenters on the use or potential expanded use of U visas, in terms of, obviously many of the witnesses are themselves from immigrant communities or communities that may feel afraid of coming forward and reporting to law enforcement. Is that something your offices utilize, and could it be expanded, or what do you think the role of is in that program?
So I can take that question. Yes, in our policy we utilize the U visas quite extensively, and those are for the victims of crime. But then we also have the T visas, which are the human trafficking victims as well too. So those are the application typically comes externally. It's referred over to us as law enforcement. We do we do a background basically of the information that's been reported to corroborate it, and then it's signed off at the local station captain level after the information has been vetted. For instance, if they report a certain incident that occurred on a certain date and time, or generally a year, that they were a victim of crime, we research our records to see if it was in fact reported, and then we send that information off to federal authorities there to basically to either validate or corroborate that information that they were saying that they were a victim of certain crimes. And of course, that's done also at the local district attorney, the prosecutor level too, especially if it's been if they're used as a witness in a crime. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Councilmember Brodsky?
Could I just follow up on another question related to the visas? Are you seeing any trends in whether the visas are granted or not?
I don't have statistics on that per se, but the ones that I've seen, as far as I can't give you a percentage, the ones I've seen though, typically are corroborated. So I think that they are signed off, and of course we're not the trier of any fact or anything like that. We're just submitting, corroborating information and left for a decision maker somehow to say, hey, look, yeah, it meets the criteria. Does that make sense?
Just wondering if after you submit them and you corroborate them, whether they've been actually granted or not.
So yeah, we don't have that information. That's left, to the federal immigration authorities to either to use that as a deciding factor or not. We don't have that information, whether it's successful or not. Yeah.
DA Beckner, do you have any sense on that?
No, once we have signed off and submitted the information to the federal government, we're not tracking those, whether or not they're actually granted. We don't have any data.
Thanks.
I've got a question for one of our morning presenters, Jenny Pizar. And my question involves SB 132, which you had mentioned, in terms of whether there's legislative reforms that could assist in this area. And you had mentioned that passing the legislature and being on the governor's desk, and I was wondering if you could tell us more about that and whether you think it'll be part of a solution.
Well, it has specifically to do with violence and sexual abuse in particular of transgender women who are held in California, in custody in California. It requires that individuals be housed based on their sense of their own safety, given their gender identity. So for some transgender women, it means that they would be housed with women instead of in facilities for men where they tend to be subject to all kinds of abuse and violence. So it can be a tremendously helpful thing on that particular issue. There's another one that I would mention that's relevant that was just signed, which was SB 145, that had to do with not having people stuck on the sex offender registry for their whole lives if they were if that was done as part of a legal mandate when they were sentenced because they were they had sex with somebody who was a minor, and they may have been a minor also, where there was not a great age difference between the two young people, but as opposed to engaging in a kind of sex that different sex couples often do, they engaged in a type of sex that same-sex couples often do, and were subject to mandatory reporting. That has come up in some of the calls for help that we get, where neighbors find out that somebody is on the registry, even if it was for something really inappropriate and discriminatory like that, and then do this publicizing on social media that somebody is a sexual predator, which is kind of outrageous. That one has been signed, SB 145, which is great. SB 132, as I said, is on the governor's desk.
Thank you. We've got, I know, a number of participating members of the public that are probably eager to jump in here. Any final questions from the council before we open it up to audience discussion? Seeing none, I'll do that, and we'll do it in a particular order. And Adam, weigh in if you want to facilitate this. Otherwise, I know we have one hand raised and we have a lot of chats, but I think probably what would make sense would be to offer the opportunity for members of the public, including those that have written chats, to ask their own questions. And if they don't volunteer for that, then we can also pick up the chat questions and facilitate the discussion that way. Does that sound good? Alrighty, well, oh, Adam, I think you're, yeah.
I was just going to say that makes sense. And so members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand in the webinar and we will unmute you as we see you. We will begin with somebody named Greg, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Greg DeShear. I'm the civil rights advocate of the ARC of California and Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Group. 2 points. One is, and I posted a comment or a chat on this. We are one of the civil rights groups who are looking at some legislation for the coming year. And I want to invite anyone who is interested in legislation to contact me. The 2 bills we're looking at, one has to do exclusively with the criminal justice aspect. So those who don't want to have anything to do with that will probably not be interested in it. But for those who think that law enforcement has to be part of the solution to the hate crimes problem, you may want to contact me. This would try to apply, as was mentioned in 2018, we got a state audit that was pretty critical of law enforcement for not responding adequately to hate crimes, and made some recommendations. The Department of Justice and Post and 3 of the 4 law enforcement agencies that the recommendations were addressed to have made significant improvements. The bill we're talking about would apply those recommendations statewide, and they concern law enforcement policies and protocols and training in general. I won't go into the details. So that's one of the 2 bills. The other one would go beyond simply hate crimes and talk about hate incidents too. There's a discussion of, as Kevin from Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism mentioned or advocated, creating a state level body of some sort that would both gather ideas and serve as a forum for grassroots groups to advocate for change. So contact me if you're interested in those. The other is, as a disability group, I have to say that disabilities are the invisible hate crimes. There's, according to federal figures, less than 1% of what victims and their families have thought of as hate crimes ever got reported. And hate crimes in general are underreported, but anti-disability hate crimes are extremely unreported. They're ignored, as they were in this forum today. And I just want to urge everyone to please include that aspect of hate crimes in all your future considerations. There are other groups that are also extremely unreported. The ones I know of, and there may be others, are anti-female hate crimes and anti-Sikh hate crimes. If you look at the official figures, there are no anti-Sikh hate crimes, which we know very well that there are. And the better reporting that we're looking at in one of these two bills would address some of those too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Winty Singh, and you are now unmuted.
Thank you. And just kind of piggybacking on the last comment. So my name is Winty Singh, and I'm an advocacy and community engagement fellow with the Sikh Coalition, our nation's largest Sikh civil rights organization. I'd like to thank the DFEH for their efforts to understand hate violence across our state. I want to take this opportunity to speak about longstanding unresolved challenges of hate violence stalking the Sikh community. According to the Sikh Coalition, since 2015, California has had the most hate crimes and hate-related incidents targeting Sikhs than any other state in the nation. According to the most recent FBI report aggregating 2018 data, while hate crimes nationally remained relatively steady, hate crimes against Sikhs increased by nearly 200%, making Sikhs the third most targeted religious hate group in the nation. Yet not a single anti-Sikh hate crime in the state was reported by the 736 agencies in the FBI's 2018 report. So if you're a Sikh in this great state, you're aware that these crimes are happening against the community. We see them in the news all the time, and yet the reported data from law enforcement continues to completely fail to show this. It's undeniable that California law enforcement continues to struggle with correctly identifying and reporting anti-Sikh hate crimes because they don't know enough about the community who they're served to protect. The lack of hate crime investigation training and cultural competence leads to ineffective policing. According to the Federal Bureau of Justice Statistics, violent hate crimes reported to the police were nearly 3 times less likely to result in an arrest than other violent crimes. We request DFEH to work with California Post to create the necessary mandatory cultural competency training for law enforcement on addressing hate violence against the Sikh community and ensure that organizations like the Sikh Coalition are a critical part of any training initiatives to combat hate. In a period of growing dissatisfaction with policing, it is clear that law enforcement needs a greater understanding of the communities they are intended to serve and protect. DFEH can go beyond serving as a resource in bringing civil claims against hate crime offenders, but should also hold law enforcement accountable when they fail to appropriately intervene in hate crime and report such lapses to the California Department of Justice for further investigation and review of the agency's hate crime training protocols. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. The next speaker will be Cliff Chang, and you are now unmuted.
Okay, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. This is Dr. Cliff Chang. I've not been in touch for a long time because I've been retired, but more long-term members of the department might remember me from the 90s up until the mid-2000s. I was a fixture at the Fair Employment and Housing Commission meetings. As a matter of fact, I was the one who proposed that advisory committee be started, and also the one who proposed that the meetings move around to different parts of the state to include different communities within the state of California. As I mentioned, I've been retired for many years. The rise in hate against Asian Americans has gotten me out of retirement. I am making a documentary film partially funded by a modest grant from the Asian American Journalists Association, LA. I also will be writing a scholarly book to historically document and educate people about this current wave of hate against Asian Pacific Islander Americans. I've just put up a new website, Hating on Asians, DOCU, .wixsite.com / my site. It's in the chat. So I'm looking for more victims to interview. I'm basically taking the data from Stop API Hate and illustrating the data, going out and finding different categories of victims and educating the viewer as to what hate incidents and hate crimes are. This is also a teaching resource as well as historical documentation. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, there are no more raised hands.
Yeah, so one question that we've gotten a lot in the chat is for some clarification about the materials for today's presentation. And so perhaps that's something we can address in our remaining times of what will be publicly available and how to access it. Is that something, Adam, you or someone else can address?
Yes, we are planning to make available written testimony that the speakers have presented to us, as well as any PowerPoints that they would like to make available. In addition, this hearing is being recorded, and that also will be available through the council's website, which is dfeh.ca.gov/FEH Council, COUNCIL. Thank you.
Great. Well, is there anyone else? I'll turn it over to Councilmember Brodsky.
I just had one other question along the lines of data collection that's come up a lot. Is there any way that any of the speakers has in mind that one could speed up access to racial data collection under RIPA, the collection of data from stops and less than commission of felonies sooner than, say, in the smaller police departments, 2022, 2023. I'm thinking if that would be a way to create a more sound database, but there are those extended deadlines for the smaller police departments, and I don't know if there is a way to speed up that collection.
So I can take that question. That's a really good question. Yeah, the statutory timelines, we're already on the RIPA data and the stat collection. And then it's based upon, for those that aren't aware, it's based upon the size of the agency. So they rolled it out with the larger sheriff's departments, the LAPDs, San Diego PD, those of the state. And then it trickles down every single year to different size departments because they don't have the resources that typically one would think that the larger agencies have. So that information, one thing that, and of course you're battling technology as well too. So the CAD, the RMS systems that agencies have, that have the paper and pencil method, or their, so to speak, or they're collecting data. That's one of the things that we are migrating to. We go live with our new system next year, and we think we're going to have more accurate statistical information when it comes to the RIPA. But that's a little bit separate than what was brought up before as far as the statistical information that we report to California DOJ. For instance, I was listening to some of the speakers. So in some of the statistics, it's divided up. We chart based on known information by the reporting person. The race, ethnicity of national origin is one category. Sexual orientation, gender non-conforming is another category. Disability was mentioned before, divided into two different areas, anti-physical or anti-mental disability. And those are all statistically, if done correctly, that information is tracked and sent to California Department of Justice. Religious, there's 14 categories. And if traditionally the victim will tell law enforcement, hey, I'm of this faith, and so I perceive I'm being, victimized by hate violence because I am a victim, or I have this faith, and this is why I'm being victimized. So we break those down into different statistical information, and then we go in a little bit further as well too, as far as weapons or type of offensive act, a location where this might be. So we're looking for the commonalities as well too. So we're driven by statistics, and not just in this, but then the data, the RIPA stats is something that it's somewhat overlapping, and it'll get better with some technology infusion, at least on our end with our department. But again, we're relying on other smaller agencies that might not have some of the technology that some of the larger ones do, which is why they put that timeline in there. They knew that the smaller departments, it might be more impactful, and the larger ones can say, hey, this is how we're doing it. These are the best practices. These are the policies, and they can kind of follow along. So that was what we believe is the intent of the legislature. If that helps you, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
We do have another public comment, so I will now be unmuting Dina Chehata, and my apologies if I have mispronounced your last name.
That was perfect, actually. Thank you. So my name is Dina Chehata, and I'm a civil rights attorney with the Council on American Islamic Relations, the Los Angeles office. And I want to thank you all for the really important information you've all provided, and also just contribute and let all the listeners know that, my organization, we call CARE for short, is the largest Muslim rights advocacy civil rights organization in the country. And unfortunately, we continue to see a lot of incidents of hate crimes that are reported. Right now, currently, I have several cases of community members who have faced, for example, violent assault by someone who has said derogatory comments against them because they're Muslim, or verbal harassment, and also property damage. Those are, I have at least 2 cases right now that I'm currently working on with those types of fact patterns. So I just wanted to contribute our services we provide, as I'm sure many of the members that have spoken here today know, we do provide direct legal services pro bono. So if any of you are dealing with Muslims in your communities, whether law enforcement or other sorts of agencies or organizations, CARE is definitely an important resource for community members. So I wanted to provide that, and thank you all for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. I had a question for really any of the panelists that want to address this, but one thing that we haven't really discussed today is some of the other categories within the Ralph Civil Rights Act that fall outside of the kind of traditional protected bases of discrimination laws. And in particular, I'm focusing on political affiliation or position in a labor dispute. I'm curious to hear if either in your various organizations or with respect to law enforcement in any of your investigations or prosecutions, if violence or hate motivated by political affiliation or position in a labor dispute has come across your radar.
This is Robin Thoma. I don't know if you can hear me, but did want to speak to that, Chair Mandelbaum. There are reports that come to us. We get, the vast majority from law enforcement, but we also get some from community-based organizations that where there is underreporting from that community. And there have been cases that have come across that do mention political affiliation. They'll talk about, You know, in the time of Obama, sometimes Obama was mentioned as part of a hate crime. And same thing with Trump in cases we've seen over the past years. So there is that element that is definitely out there. I think it's probably the truth that many of them don't come to get to us, because if they were to go to law enforcement, first they would say that's not a hate crime under the hate crime statutes of the state of California. But you know, as was mentioned, the reality is that so few of these cases end up getting prosecuted anyways for a variety of reasons, that some of them are just because the burden that's placed on the prosecution for hate crime cases. But I do believe that in these other cases, there are really valuable ways that the department and the council can strategically select cases that can help to send a message where there are those issues happening, to let the public know, let business communities know, let employers know that these are also, may not be against hate crime laws sometimes, but they're against civil rights laws that are still important to be enforced. So I know that there are limited resources, but I know that we'd welcome, you know, working to strategically identify cases that can really help to educate the public and encourage sectors of our society to take proactive action to deter these things from happening in the first place.
Thank you. Councilmember Brodsky.
Just one last question. Does anybody have any thoughts on what they would like to recommend to the council, if they could, about what might be helpful in terms of rulemaking that the council can do? That is, we write regulations to interpret the statutes that are on the book. That's what we're authorized by the legislature to do. And I wonder if anybody has any ideas about what they would like to see, if they could, if they had a wish list that they would like to see put in place that would help implement the laws that are already on the books.
Since there's a pause, I'll speak up and mention two things that are not in the nature of writing regulations, but that I think could be incredibly helpful. One is, I've mentioned the problem of trans women housed in facilities for men, and this is a horrifying reality for people being held in ICE detention, which of course is not the council's jurisdiction. However, you have a voice, and to the extent that California is making a repair in this area, it would then be really helpful to those of us trying to advocate in this area for people seeking asylum or are in immigration detention, to speak out about that. And the other one is to add a voice to help parents know that their LGBTQ kids are fine and that the family needs to come together. Again, this is a matter of using your voice more than making regulations about it. But California law has been reformed. California set the national focus on the harms of so-called conversion therapy. And that is really important in terms of people who purport to be providing mental health care as doctors. But there's still a lot of that goes on because of misinformation, and it's really harmful. So as you're talking about inclusion of people and recognizing us for who we are and that we're all part of the California family, your voice on that to help families come together and get over their own problems and heal, especially during the pandemic, could be really effective and would be very welcome.
I have a few suggestions, some of which, like Jenny's, are non-regulatory, while others may be in the regulatory arena. First off, you know, while I think DFEH has done a lot in terms of language translation of materials, I think there are other documents on the website that could be translated, including those that explain the process in greater detail. There's a, excuse me, a very nice map of how the process works. I don't know if that's available in all of the languages that other materials have. Then additionally, while I understand that there is a page for COVID-19 related hate crimes, there's not specific mention, as I understand it, to other types of COVID-19 related hate incidents. And so I would encourage DFEH to include that information as well. As I mentioned in my presentation, great majority of incidents do not have an underlying criminal element to them, and yet are concerning, especially as they involve discrimination in the workplace, in public accommodations, etc. I want to also just add potentially on the regulatory arena, opportunities for schools and school districts. Stop AAPI Hate last week issued a national youth report that provided a number of recommendations as to what school districts can do, both here in the state of California as well as nationally. Those were reviewed by Superintendent Thurman, and we have had early approval, I think, of those recommendations and seek to work with his office on implementing those. So I do think that in terms of regulations, there's a lot to be seen and done there, especially as it relates, and my last point is on online hate. There was a study released recently by the Journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics that found that of 500 Chinese American parents and 230 children, 50% had experienced hate online. And we know from our own reports that some of that hate actually comes during club meetings, university meetings, where students have been bombed, Zoom bombed by hate groups as well as individuals. This is like a Chinese American club, an Asian American studies program, things like that. So I do think that there's quite a bit of opportunity in terms of action that can be taken by the council, and we're more than happy at Stop AAPI Hate to work with you all on those recommendations.
Thank you. Well, we're nearing the end of our time. This is certainly the beginning of a discussion, and we encourage you to stay with us as we process what we've discussed and learned today, and look for opportunities for the council to continue both the discussion and any concrete actions, whether they be legislative recommendations, regulations, or working with our broader DFEH umbrella on civil enforcement. Are there any last comments that anyone wants to make today before we wrap up today's hearing?
Mandelbaum, there is a comment in the chat that I'll just read so that it's part of the recording from Marissa London of CRLA. First, this is in, I think, response to your question, Chair. Most of what I have heard about violence or threat based on position in a labor dispute is an employer threatening to call immigration on the worker or the worker's family if they are stepping forward to complain about wage theft or other workers' rights. And then in response to Councilmember Brodsky's question, Marissa London states, quote, additional clarity or guidance about the severity of violence or threats that would be investigated would be helpful.
Those are good points, and I appreciate that. And certainly with respect to threatening immigration, cuts across a couple of existing illegalities. Obviously, if it's motivated by hate, it implicates the Ralph Civil Rights Act, and also the relatively new labor code provisions enforced by the Labor Commissioner, I think, address that as well.
And also we have regulations on it.
And there are regulations in the housing context as well about not using immigration reporting in a retaliatory fashion.
Yeah, ours are in the employment under national origin.
Well, seeing no further raised hands and it being 2:58, I think we will wrap up today's hearing. I want to extend on behalf of the council just our immense gratitude to all of you busy experts in your respective fields for sharing your testimony today, for participating, for those in the audience who have shared their ideas. And like I said, I hope this is the start of a discussion and that will result both in, as some of you had said, using our voices to create cultural awareness and a broadening of people's minds, both to equality and to this as a significant issue, and more concretely with respect to the council, that this is something we will take and deliberate on, and within the realm of the portion of it that's within our purview, act upon as well. So thank you so much to everyone who's participated today.